Special study session for Tuesday, March 25. Would you please rise, observe a moment of silence, and then the Pledge of Allegiance led by Council Youth Liaison Jacob Jelinek. Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Barrett.
Here.
Vice Mayor Ames.
Here.
Councilmember Rivero.
Here.
Councilmember Patena.
Here.
Councilmember Edwards.
Here.
Councilmember Carlock.
Here.
Councilmember Leone.
Here.
Council Liaison Jelinek.
Here.
And Council Liaison Pryor.
Here.
Thank you. This is a study session. It's an opportunity for the city staff and the council members to interact, ask questions, and have discussions. We do not take a formal vote on any items. You're up, Mr. Swenson.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Barrett. Council members, as you know, tonight is the first night of our budget deliberations. We presented the budget last week, and we'll begin the department reviews on this evening. But first, we have a special study session item, and that's coming from one of your policy committees. And tonight we have the presentation of 3 proposed charter amendments that are coming out of one of the council committees, and a recommendation on a process going forward that might improve the way the city council addresses proposed charter amendments. As you all know, I and the professional staff are recommending against these 3 charter amendments. And I think the proposed process that we're recommending at the end will improve the way that we're able to process these types of proposals. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tammy Shreve, who will make the presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. 3 proposed charter amendments were submitted for your consideration. The proposed charter amendments were reviewed by the Council Policy and Appointment Subcommittee on February the 11th and have been forwarded for your review for consideration. For the viewing audience, the City of Peoria, like many cities, is governed by a city charter. A city charter is like a constitution. Our process for these proposed charter amendments is for the council to review and discuss them, and then to determine if they should be forwarded to the voters for consideration. Only after voter approval are the amendments part of the city charter. Tonight we're going to discuss the 3 proposed charter amendments. Our presentation will outline the proposed charter amendments and identify considerations to be made aware of regarding the amendment, and then we'll open it for council discussion. The first charter amendment for your consideration regards the role and status of the council assistants. The proposed amendment authorized the City Council to hire their own council and mayor assistants. The council assistants would continue under the city merit system, and upon the councilman's conclusion of service, the assistant would be assigned to the new council member. However, if the council member requests a different assistant, the city manager must transfer the existing assistant to an available position within the city. Let's review the components of the amendment. First is to authorize the city council to hire their own assistants. The council members would need to work with the assigned HR representative during the hiring process to ensure all hiring procedures and state and federal laws are followed. Currently, there's 1 assistant for 2 council members, so the council members would need to coordinate the sharing of an assistant. Council assistants would continue under the city merit system. The council members would in essence be a supervisor. They'd be responsible for reviewing and approving pro-card reconciliations, travel claims, administrative forms, personnel requests. They would handle all leave management, whether it's sick leave, annual leave, or FMLA. They would conduct the annual performance review and be responsible for handling all disciplinary actions. Upon the council member's conclusion of service, the assistant would be assigned to the new council member. However, again, if that council member does not want that assistant or prefer a different one, this could create a problem as there is a lack of available positions. If you look at the title of the council assistant, it is comparable to 3 other titles in the city, and those 3 titles are Buyer 2, Police Analyst, and the Victim Assistance Coordinator, which represent 5 positions in the city. that could raise a problem if we're now trying to place an assistant. The subcommittee voted 2-1 against this proposed charter amendment. And this concludes our presentation on this proposed charter amendment.
Thank you. Questions, comments? No questions or comments? Mr. Brioni?
Yes. Yeah, I'd like to speak up on this a little bit, if I may.
That's what I called for.
Okay. The reason why I put this, can you hear me? The reason why I put this in, because I feel that the council assistants has too many people telling them what to do. The councilman, the council person hires their council assistants, and they can also fire them. We don't need, like John Schall. John Schall is doing a great job at the legislature. He's never here anyway, so he's doing a great job at the legislature, and that's where he should stay. He has Tammy doing his work. Tammy is supposed to go out and be getting grants, not worrying about what my council assistant doing. When I come in the morning, I sit down with Anthony, and we'll go over everything that he did that day or last week. And then I will give him some more work to do for the rest of the day. If I have a problem with Anthony, at that time I will tell him what his problem is, and then I would get a hold of Tony and talk to Tony about it. If Tony and I agrees, then we can go to city manager and say, hey, look it, we have to remove this guy in another position and get somebody else. Now, if Tony and I disagree, then I can go to the city manager and say, look, I want another council assistant. And that's all this is. To tell you the truth, years ago when I first started, we had no council assistants, number one. When we did have a council assistant, there was only one, Stephanie. She was under the directions of the city manager. Then I guess the city manager got tired of telling her what to do, so I gave it to the deputy city manager. So now we've got, the council assistant has actually about 5 people telling him what to do. When I tell him to do something, I expect him to do it and not somebody else saying, hey, do this first. That's not the way it works. So excuse me, all I'm saying that this don't even have to go in the charter, but I want it in the charter so it won't happen that somebody will come and tell him what to do and then probably fire him. If we can get the city manager to sign this here, what Steve wrote up, it'd be fine with me. But the problem is that we don't need 2 other people telling my council assistant what to do. He's my responsibility. And if I don't like what he's doing, like I said before, there's something we can always do about it. But, my thing is that he works for me, we hire him, and we can fire him, and we don't need anybody else telling him what to do. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Other comments? Mr. Patel?
Thank you, Mayor. In the subcommittee, I voted against this for a couple of reasons. One, I think that we would have an issue with performance evaluation since this person works for 2 council people. The second thing is I don't think I'm here enough on any given week at City Hall to be able to determine or to judge the type of work that my council assistant is doing on a daily basis. That's why they have a person that's at City Hall all day that is her supervisor. And a third thing is this doesn't really set up for a very good career path for somebody who decided that they wanted to be a council assistant for a certain reason, and then the council person doesn't like them, so they get rid of them, and then it's up to the city to find them another job in some other capacity. What if it's a capacity that they're not interested in? So essentially you're giving them a job that they're not interested in. It's the way of the city saying to them, yeah, we'll give you a job here. Thanks a lot for your help on the 3rd floor, but now we're going to put you in the water department, something that they may not clearly be interested in. So I'm opposed to it, and I don't think that this ought to be a charter amendment change.
Thank you. Mr. Ames?
Yeah, I have a couple of things, and one would be response to Mr. Patana. I think the council assistant has to do satisfactory work in terms of the council member. And if the council member is very unhappy, and say both council members are very unhappy, I don't think that person necessarily would stay in that position anyway. So there is that part of it. It's not like they can do any kind of a job and still maintain their position, and that's the case with all kinds of positions in the city. The second, I'm wondering how much of this is, because Carlo had mentioned, could the city manager sign something? Some of the first part, I know if, and it has been the case with myself, when a council assistant left, we interviewed new council assistants, and it was really our choice to choose that council assistant. And that's part of this. Can't that be some of this just be an administrative approach, and maybe some of it already is. And if that's the case, because we're not looking at the situation which I thought we were, like Phoenix. Those council members hire and fire the council assistant, and then that council assistant is no longer working for the city, right? But the way it was presented here, that person still is working for the city. They're on the merit and track. So maybe there's a way we can work this out, that council members are happy, and it doesn't necessarily have to be, I would like to hear about that, maybe from our attorney, maybe from our city manager. Is there a way to address some of the concerns here that seem to be an administrative approach? And the way I've initially understood the council assistants, I think it changed in the last couple of years more, that there were other people involved.
Just to respond, Vice Mayor Ames, it hasn't really changed in the time that I've been manager. And each council member does have the final say-so over their council assistant. And in the case of the recent vacancy that occurred in the council assistant that serves Mr. Leone and Mr. Rivero, the council members were involved with and happy with the choice of Anthony as the council assistant. The oversight of council assistants has been done through someone in the city manager's office during the time I've been manager, and by my predecessor as well. Now that individual has changed over time, and presently it's Tammy Shreve, but it's not been a change in terms of having or not having supervision from someone in the manager's office or governmental affairs. So it's, you know.
Yeah, what supervision do you see outside of the council members' supervision and the needs that they have and what they ask of their council assistant to do for them in terms of working with citizens and making decisions and so forth?
They're really exclusively available to the council members. The supervisory aspects are, as Tammy mentioned in her introduction to this, really those administrative details about timekeeping, vacation, performance evaluations, those types of things. And as you all know, you're consulted about the performance of your council assistant each year when the evaluation is done. So Tammy's not doing that without your input and involvement. And of course, as you all know, I regularly inquire as to your satisfaction with your council assistants in our regular monthly meetings as well. And if you are telling me that you have a concern with your council assistant, I address that. And some of you know that's happened, where you have had a concern over time. And I think in every case, I've responded by making sure that the issue that was concerning you was addressed. I do understand what Mr. Leone has said. He would prefer to not have, I think, anybody in between him in terms of an administrative position that does those administrative functions that Tammy described. But I think in the orderly administration of the supervisory elements of staff, we need to have some level of oversight. And I think that's what's presently provided.
I don't know, reading through this, does this say there wouldn't be any administrative things such as vacation time and keeping track of that.
No, I think
Human resources kind of,
what this amendment does is that it changes the relationship of the individual employee in terms of their employment with the city. The individual, rather than being an employee of the city manager and part of the overall administration of the city, the employee becomes a direct report to the two council members, which means then under that structure, you then are required to provide those administrative supervisory duties that are presently provided by Tammy and in the past another similarly positioned individual in the city manager's office or government affairs. Then additionally, this has one other facet to it that is the requirement of an individual being assigned elsewhere in the city as an absolute condition of employment. And by that I mean you would, under this provision, you would be hiring the council assistant without the normal hiring process of the city. You could choose to hire that individual based on any criteria that you might want, rather than our typical merit-based hiring process that we have in the city of Peoria. That employee then, at some point when you became uncomfortable with that employee for whatever reason, we, the city manager and staff, would be required to place that person. And that is a concern. If they've come into the employ of the city without the normal hiring process and a certainty on their competency, to be required to place them someplace is an additional burden that I think is embedded in this particular charter amendment.
but wouldn't that occur if both council members said that this person is not satisfactory as a council assistant? You'd be looking to place that person anyway, elsewhere, right?
Under the current circumstance, if any of you were to say to me or to Tammy or John or any of us that you were uncomfortable with your council assistant, I would absolutely reassign that council assistant and make sure that you had an employee that you were comfortable with.
Right.
And that has happened in the past. Now, but the difference, Vice Mayor Ames, is that all of the present council assistants that you have came into the employ of the city through the normal hiring process. So they've gone through the normal criteria screening process that the city uses when they hire any employee. This provision would change that and would enable council members to hire employees based on any criteria that you might choose.
Does this say that? I didn't really see that.
I believe that's what
or
this...
that's implied, you think? Let's go back.
At the subcommittee, I think we talked about that at some length, and I believe that's what
But this seems to be
means.
different from what I heard at the subcommittee.
This was the same
The way it's-
proposal that was in front of the subcommittee.
Why don't we go back to what's the, bringing the person in?
I think, if I'm correct, I believe that the language as we interpreted that, when it had mentioned that the individual would continue within the merit system, that made the assumption then that while hired outside of that, after the council assistant were to leave that position, they would continue in the city's merit system. So that's where I think you inferred from that.
Right.
But I read it, follow city's personnel hiring procedures and laws. It's right here in the proposed amendment. So,
I think this is the clause that we're referring to where it says council assistants continue under the city merit system.
increased role of council member, day-to-day personal administration, leave management, annual performance review. Now, the annual performance review, as I understand it, that is heavily weighted toward how the council people feel about their council assistant, right? I mean, that's the crux of it, right? I mean, if they don't manage that, they're no longer going to be council assistants for, particularly if both agreed with that.
I think the point they're trying to make here is you'd have to do the review, as opposed to giving Tammy input.
That's correct. Currently, I contact all the council members regarding their assistance to when I do the evaluation to receive your input. That input is part of the evaluation as far as also the input from me as working with them on day-to-day, working as a team with the department.
Okay, and that's kind of like an application of making this work. I don't know, could this be changed somewhat, that the real key are the council members, and that their input is critical. You know, filling out a paper or something like that is not my concern, but it's the evaluation, and really weight it in terms of the working well with the council members and meeting their needs. Because I'm being told that's in the end, that's what's really done anyway.
Yeah, and I guess to say it another way, I believe that exists presently. I don't believe that's an issue that has been a problem across the council.
But it's not really stated this way, that, right?
Well, Mayor, Councilman Ames, under this proposal, the performance review would be conducted exclusively by the council members. And so there'd be no role from the administrative part. So right now, currently, I contact both council members, receive their input, and that is included in the performance review, as well as the council assistants, as well as myself, we're part of a department. We're part of a team. There's a lot of interaction there. There's, communication and whatnot, and all that is also part of the performance review. So your comments are included, as well as the performance of them as part of the department.
Okay, I guess we'll kind of go around in a circle now. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
you
you.
are. Mr. Leone.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, you can go through the same process. If one of the council assistants leave, you can go through them and evaluate them and talk to them and see what kind of work they've done. And if you feel they're qualified for the job, then you come back to us. Then we do the same thing, and then we hire them. We can evaluate our own people. How can you evaluate them if you don't know what they're doing? You don't know anything about my council assistant. You don't know anything about me. You don't know anything about my district. So how can you say that you can do something in my district? I came in one time, a little while back, and I was looking for Anthony. Where was he? He was at a meeting with you. Why? I need him. He's my assistant. This is what I'm getting at. We don't need, nothing against you, but we don't need you to help us with Anthony. Anthony can do his own job. He's doing a great job. So my thing is that we have to be able to tell him what to do and not what to do. And I don't want him saying to me, well, Tammy wants me to do this. Hey, you work for me. Do you work for Tammy or me? So that's just the whole deal. We don't want him to get in trouble. So all I'm saying is that let us manage him. If you want to put it up with the city manager, let the city manager manage him. Well, years ago, that's what it was. But we have to do it, not you. And as far as Bill don't come in, that's fine. I come in every day. And I meet with him. He can tell you, sitting right there. I meet with him every day. We go over what he did, then we go over what he's going to do, then we go over what I want him to do. And that's it. So why would he need you to tell him what to do or meet with him? If you want to evaluate him, if you want to, if somebody should leave and you want to hire somebody, you go through the routine like you did with Anthony, then you come back to us. And then we say, well, okay, we like him or we don't like him. And that's all I'm saying. And, this don't have to go in the charter. I know you don't want to go in the charter, but I'll support it if it has to go. But as long as we can get this here, and the city manager signs it, and then we can go by this. That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Patena, and Ms. Carlett. Then I'm going to try to call for consensus.
Thank you, Mayor. Please indulge me. We received some correspondence today, and there was an excerpt from it that I think is very important, and I'd like to just refer to it. It says, Peoria has a charter. A charter is the equivalent of a constitution and should be changed only when the most serious of situations call for the adjustment and only after thoughtful engagement with the community recognizing future consequences. Changing a charter is perhaps the most important action that the City Council will ever put before the public. I don't think that the role and the status of council assistants fits in the category of the most serious of situations that requires a charter change.
Thank you, Ms. Carlett. Where is that from? That's from
Yeah, I completely agree that this does not rise to that level, that we need a charter change for this. And, you know, we've talked about a lot of different things that really don't have to do with a charter change, and even the person bringing it forward isn't sure he wants a charter change at this point. So I think it's probably time for us to stop having this conversation. The other point I want to make is that we are not the city of Phoenix. Many, many times, we are not the city of Phoenix. We have 160,000 people. They have, you know, how many? 7 times that many? They have 5 staff members. They have a political environment. Their council members hire their council assistants, and when that council member leaves, so does their council assistant. They don't bank on having a job in the city. It's a very political environment. We don't have that same kind of thing, and as a matter of fact, we don't even have our own council assistant. We have one that we share with another person who might have a completely different way of working. And so if we don't have the city of Peoria in charge of that council person, they have no job security, they have no direction, and they have nowhere to go when 2 council members are telling them 2 different things. This is not a conversation we need to be having, and it's certainly not something that we need to bring to a charter change.
Let's see if we can reach consensus.
Can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think this charter amendment says that the council assistant is at will at all, which is the case in Phoenix, so it is not like Phoenix is. It just asks, I guess, for more clarification that the main responsibility of the council assistant is to the council member. And I think particularly one person would want to see that emphasized, and I guess he has said maybe that could be done outside of a charter amendment.
Okay. Let's see if we can reach consensus on this. It's proposed city charter amendment regarding council assistants. Do you want it to go to the ballot, yes or no?
No.
Yes.
No. Next is proposed city charter amendment regarding council meeting agenda items.
This proposed amendment authorizes 3 members of the City Council to request an agenda item be placed on the regular council meeting or other special meetings. Currently, it takes 4 members of the council, a majority, to place an item on the agenda. This proposal is meant to address the potential concern of the open meeting laws. Our neighboring jurisdictions have different practices in regards to this. So there's no right or wrong. At the March 4th study session, approved administrative steps were discussed that could resolve this issue. And at the subcommittee, the vote was 2-1 in support of this proposal. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Mr. Rivero?
I'm not sure who's representing the city attorney's office, but I would like
Steve? Yeah.
Steve Berg, our Chief Assistant City Attorney.
Mr. Berg, the concern here is the open meeting law violation. Can you very briefly describe what open meeting law violation entails?
Okay, certainly. And Mayor, Councilmember Rivera, the whole Mayor, Council, Mr. Kemp apologizes. He is once again stuck at the legislature, a long day of waiting around for a bill that he's going to testify on, another one that the city is supporting. So that's where he is tonight. Yeah, the open meeting law, which we discussed at a prior study session earlier this month, is this concern that the current process requiring 4 council members in order to get together to somehow come up with a decision that they want to put an item on an agenda. That 4 is, of course, a quorum of the council, and anytime 4 council members, a quorum meets, then, or meets or has some sort of discussion, then that can create a meeting under the open meeting law. And if that meeting's not agendized and noticed and all of those things, then it can be a violation.
Okay. The last time we had this discussion, Mr. Kemp, and we've had conversations about this, he has concerns about the language in the charter about 4 council members needed to put something on the agenda. Do you share those same concerns?
Yes, that's a consistent concern out of our office, yes.
And I think the charter amendment only makes things more transparent. It reduces the number of people needed or council members needed to put something on the agenda. And I support this charter amendment, and if it goes to the ballot, I will be voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ames.
Yes, I'm interested in this open meeting law, but I'm also interested in this as a kind of a democratic principle. It shouldn't be required that 4 people have to come up with something before it can be put on the agenda. And that means the one person, particularly the mayor, can block things from being put on. Not that he would do that often, but he might occasionally do that. So, and I think this meets the requirement that this would be a good change to the charter amendment. It would be more democratic. It would really answer any concerns about the open meeting law. I know we talked about that 4 people could sign something with the city clerk, but still that gets into the whole matter of, are there 4 people and so on. And I think 3 is a very reasonable number. I know Phoenix just requires 2, Surprise 1, other cities require 3, others 2. I don't know of any that require 4, because that's really pushing it out of it. In my mind, what is a democratic approach to our decision making up here on the dais. And I think this change is warranted. And I don't know, does this change have to go to the citizens as a charter amendment, or is this one that we could change directly as an administrative kind of change? So I do have that question as well.
Yes, Vice Mayor Ames, I'll begin the answer to that last question, and then Steve can continue it. That was the point of this item being before council study session earlier this month, because there is indeed an administrative way that the council can move items to a council
I'm
agenda.
aware of that, and we did that 4, but it still requires 4 people to agree. There is no administrative way.
Okay, I was speaking to the administrative process that enables the item to be resolved without a charter amendment, but Steve can address the rest.
Yes, Vice Mayor. Article 2, Section 15 of the charter does require 4 council members in order to put the item on the agenda. So that is a charter requirement, and it would need a charter amendment to change that from 4.
In order to change it, had to be a charter change.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards.
Steve, there's no workaround on that to where you could go three signatures at the clerk's office to get around that?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Carla.
The workaround, excuse me, to my understanding, that Mr. Kemp came up with is the workaround so that there's no issue of open meeting law violation. And that is to have a piece of paper at the clerk's office, and each individual council member can go down there and sign it, saying they want something on the agenda individually, so that they are not in a group and not then violating the open meeting law. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's a way to make sure that there wouldn't be a meeting, as I was discussing with Councilmember Rivera, that if you're doing it individually, going to the clerk's office, there's no chance that you're having a meeting under the open meeting law. So, and frankly, whether that was 4, 3, 2, any number, that it would be a nice protection from that standpoint. That ordinance would kind of protect us from any open meeting law claim.
So putting that simple administrative process into place would completely negate any issues with the open meeting law.
It is the opinion of our office it would.
Okay,
yes.
great. I'm glad that we have been able to overcome that issue now. And then the issue of democracy, if you want to talk about that, is majority. So if you have 3, that is certainly not a majority of 7. If you have 4, that is a majority. That is the democratic process where we vote on things based on the majority. And that's why we have this in the city of Peoria. I mean, if you don't have a majority, not sure that there is an issue anyway. And so, what I want to say is, I don't see that we have a problem, so I don't see that we need to fix that problem. I am fine with things the way they are, and I will vote against this.
Thank you. So that the public understands what we're talking about. Right now, if one of the council members brings an item to me to put on the agenda, and I don't agree with it, and I don't even want it to go forward, I can stop it. And the charter says that if 4 council members will sign a paper wanting to put that on the agenda, then it will go on the agenda over my objections, over the mayor's objections. So that's the first point you need to understand. The second point you need to understand is violating the open meeting laws. The AG's office does not take that lightly. And I have no desire to spend my Saturdays listening to the lecture down at the AG's office on open meeting laws and how to prevent the violations thereof. So the solution that was developed by our city attorney, Mr. Kemp, was, let's say Mr. Edwards wants something on the agenda and I say no. He writes it out, he gives it to the city clerk. The city clerk then sends an email to everybody on the council. Then you have 10 days or 2 weeks, 2 working weeks, to go down there and get 4 signatures. So each council member will decide on his own, yes or no, it's a good idea, it's a bad idea, go to the clerk's office and sign. If 4 sign, it goes on the agenda. That's the workaround, the fix that we're talking about. Otherwise, you have to go into the charter and change the charter from 4 to 3. It was rejected 2 years ago by the public. I see no reason to accept it now. Mr. Patan?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to be real clear about this. I voted yes for this to go through the subcommittee level, but only because at the time there was a major discussion about violation of the open meeting law and the great concern that Mr. Kemp had regarding that. Based on the workaround and going, to the city clerk's office and being able to get something, on the agenda that way, again, I don't think that this particular item warrants, again, the most serious of situations that it would need a charter change.
Mr. Reeves?
Yeah, and, a little surprising to me because this has already been done to get 4 signatures with the city clerk's office, and this is not a new thing that the attorney discovered, and that's a known way. It can be done in other cities, although there is 3 is the most I know of any other city that has people. But this is kind of a backdoor way. How are you going to know if you don't talk to at least maybe 1 or 2 if you even want to do this kind of a thing? So you still run into the worry about open meeting laws. And I don't see a problem with 3. That's a lot of people that want to see something on the agenda that isn't otherwise being put on the agenda. And it was brought up that it was it went to the voters some years ago, but during that there were several changes to the charter, and there was a big campaign to encourage people to vote no on all of them. So that's virtually what happened. So I don't think citizens had a fair chance to look at it. And also the language the last time, this really talked about special meetings, and it wasn't very clear. And we've worked with our city attorney. Now the language is quite clear. The mayor says no, then it takes 3 people. It just kind of says that. So it's very straightforward for citizens to understand it wasn't that case in the past. So I think this deserves to go back to the voters. I think it is a change that will create more input from a number of council people to make sure that their districts are represented when there is at least 3 people that want to see something discussed. And we discuss these things on the dais, so we're not really supposed to be discussing them with 4 people beforehand. In fact, that would be an open meetings violation. But even with 3, so there's nothing wrong. Then it is discussed. It might be brought to a study session. It might be brought to the diocese, and that's when the voting occurs, and that's when the democratic process completes itself. But this gives a chance for not quite a majority, but a number of people that, for their citizens and their districts, want to see something considered. And it might not pass, but it might pass, because there will be arguments up here at the diocese, kind that we're having now. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if we can reach consensus. This is an amendment regarding city council meeting agenda items. Mr. Yonley, yes or no? It goes to ballot, yes or no?
You mean from the ballot?
Yeah.
Yes.
Ms. Carla?
Yes.
Yes.
No. Okay. Number 3, city charter amendment creating city treasurer position.
This proposed amendment establishes the city treasurer as the chief financial officer for the city. The city treasurer is selected by and will report directly to the city council. The treasurer shall issue monthly public financial statements to the council within 15 business days of each month. We're looking at the components. The city treasurer is selected by and reports directly to the city manager. This is a change to our form of city government. The finance department functions would no longer be overseen by the city manager. The city of Peoria is structured as a council-mayor form of government. This combines a strong political leadership of elected officials with the strong managerial experience of an appointed local government manager. As recognized by ICMA, the city manager's responsibilities should include the financial functions of the city. We also have the chief financial officer as an independent, highly trained financial professional whose decisions and opinions are professionally and not politically based. This form of government parallels the structure of the corporate setting, where you have a corporate executive officer that reports to a board of director and a CFO that reports to the corporate executive officer.
Thanks. If I may, I just would like to kind of chime in a bit as kind of my past role in the budget office as well as the deputy city manager in charge of this area. I think a couple things that came to mind as looking at this is one of them is regardless or irrespective of the type of form of government that you have, whether it's a strong mayor form of government or the council manager form of government, generally what you're going to see in that type of setting is that you're going to have the chief financial officer is going to report to the chief executive officer. In a strong mayor, that would be the mayor. And it would be the chief executive officer, and the CFO reports with them. And generally in a council manager form of government, the CEO is the city manager. And the CFO reports to them. It's the same in a corporate setting, what you would generally see. You don't see that the CEO or the financial officer is reporting to the board of directors. They're reporting to the chief executive officer. The reason for that is because that chief executive officer is in charge of operations, and especially in a government setting, the allocation of the resources of your budget really is tied to how well you can run or manage those operations. So just a couple things to keep in mind as it goes into play. As it works in Peoria, for example, I thought through the budget process is a good example of how that would be complicated. An example of that would be who the department directors are submitting their budgets to. Are they submitting it to the CFO? Are they submitting it to the CEO? And who makes the ultimate decisions on that? That just makes it difficult. I imagine that we would attempt to make that work, but it makes it very difficult to know exactly how to go. And a lot of coordination would be required between these two executive positions. So just some food for thought on that piece.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to add a little bit to what Jeff just mentioned. I think he did a real good job of summing that up. We have in Peoria, too, a very good track record of excellent financial management. As the council knows, we came through the economic downturn as well or better than any city in Arizona. I believe on the strength of our good financial management and overall city management. And it's critically important that the manager have, under his or her leadership, the ability to manage those finances, to quickly be able to react and adjust. We also have a very good track record of compliance with all governmental accounting standards. As you know, you receive the outside audit each year. The audit is unqualified. It's an excellent outside analysis of our financial management regime. And I think that's a real credit to our Chief Financial Officer, Brent Mattingly, and his staff in terms of how we manage the finances of the city. Additionally, the structure that's proposed in this charter amendment is very unusual. Across the country, across city management, as Jeff pointed out, it's extremely unusual. The only city that I'm aware of, and as you know, I've been in city management for many years, and highly active in the ICMA, International City Management Association, nationally. The only city that's adopted something like this is Scottsdale, Arizona. And I believe Scottsdale adopted this because they were having some fairly serious financial concerns that were being addressed within their city at the time. So I think the circumstances existent there were considerably different than what we have or you experience in the city of Peoria. I don't know, Jeff or Tammy, if you were going to add any more to that.
Yeah, just a couple things I was going to bring out, and then I can conclude my comments and hand back to Tammy. One of those items is there is a provision in the recommended charter amendment to establish the city treasurer as the chief financial officer of the city. Just for your background, the current CFO performs those functions of the city treasurer as it stands now, so just to be aware of that. Another clause was to note that the treasurer shall issue monthly public financial statements to the council within 15 business days, and that would include actual budgeted prior year comparisons of revenues and expenditures, and the council would direct the fiscal year ending reports. And again, just as a reminder to all of you that monthly public financial statements are indeed provided. In fact, we place them online. They're on the city's intranet that list out a listing out of all of our expenditures, where they stand versus the budget. And in fact, your budget office goes through a very extensive review on all revenues of all of the operating funds and gives a multi-year perspective of every single month of every single revenue transaction. So we wanted to make sure you knew that that is something that is available to you at all times. Another item is that the council, as Mr. Swenson had mentioned, does accept our audited financial reports at a regular meeting. That is an independent CPA firm that reviews and audits those financial reports, provides an unqualified audit opinion that is delivered to you as a city council, as the elected body, and that firm also provides a management letter for the council review. Last comments I had before I pass it over to Tammy was just real quickly was in regard to the comments. I just wanted to take a note to also recognize the hard work of our finance and budget staff. That, however, the result turns out that they adhere to very high practices. I think we should all be proud of the council's principles of sound financial management that are in place, and that we as an organization follow those, put a strong emphasis on things like our long-range forecasting, the effective auditing function we have, and tax reporting and the like, and the accomplishments speak for themselves year in and year out in the areas of our certificates for financial reporting and Distinguished Budget Award and our very strong credit ratings, which as you are aware, all three of the major credit rating agencies recognize the strong financial management of our cities, and it's something I think we should all be proud of. So with that, I pass it to Tammy.
And one more comment that I'd like to make, and it has to do with the council's access to our chief financial officer and to information. As you all know, my management style is to have an ability for council members to contact directors and leaders in functional areas without going through me or a deputy manager. You all have access to our chief financial officer anytime you have a question of him or Katie Gregory, for example, one of his top staff. I've never had a complaint from council that you're not getting the information you need from the finance department or that you don't have access to Brand or his staff. And I think that's also an indication of the fact that there isn't a concern with respect to the transparency of our financial management either.
Thank you. Before I turn it over to questions and comments from the staff, I want to point out that there are two letters at your place. One is from Richard Bowers. Dick Bowers has been a city manager in Scottsdale for many, many years. And the other is from Kevin C. Duggan, West Coast Regional Director for the International City County Management Association, which is the ICMA. Both of them point out the fact that this charter change would change the council manager form of government. They both point out the fact that the city has been very well run. We have no financial issues. We were the only city that got through the downturn without having to furlough anybody. And finally, they urge us not to approve this to go on. I happen to agree with that. Mr. Amos.
Yes, I'm not going to address fully because I think this is Mr. Rivero and he will. But you had mentioned that our city manager's CEO, I reported to CEOs. CEOs really make policy. If you want to call someone the CEO, it's the council. The city manager implements what the policies that the council directs, and he's really a chief operating officer in that sense. So I think it's a misnomer to equate in the business world the CEO. It's a different kind of structure, the city management form of government. And not that it isn't an important role, but it's a little bit different. The other thing is we're not necessarily being critical of the current administration here in proposing this, or it's something that can be done down the road, and I think we're looking at transparency and independent references to things, particularly in the money area, to the council, for the council to really get a deeper kind of look, because I think if the financial side reports to the city manager, there's always some connections to what the department needs are and things like that. I think the financial side the city would be better served if it was a more independent entity, just like our attorney is an independent entity that reports to the city council. Incidentally, in private business, the attorneys report to the CEO, because the CEO is making policy there, and with our judge. So I don't think this destroys the city manager council form of government. It's just a little bit different kind of structure to it, and it's one we're considering today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera?
One note to add, Councilmember Ames, as I've studied this issue, I agree with you. I believe the council and the mayor are the CEO, but also included in that body is the voters, because the voters voted for the council and mayor. But beyond that, I just have a couple of points that I want to make. The city council is charged with making the best policy decisions in regards to the budget. We need the most complete information available to accomplish this. As recently as a couple of years ago, staff told the council that yearly utility rate increases were unavoidable. Suddenly, in an election year, a rate increase is not needed. I oppose unneeded rate increases, but this sudden about face by staff begs the question: shouldn't the council have a second opinion? A council treasurer would provide that second opinion. The ICMA and a former city manager have opposed the formation of a treasurer position in Peoria. I don't blame them for their views. After all, they represent government bureaucrats. I represent the people of the city. They need to be assured that elected officials are getting the best and most unbiased information on which to make budget decisions. The goal of any bureaucracy is self-preservation. How then is it possible for staff to always make neutral and accurate recommendations? I appreciate the hard work our city staff does every year. The city budget is huge and often mysterious. It is immensely complicated and involves hundreds of millions of dollars. So complicated, in fact, that it is easy to see why mistakes are made. How many times I have wondered why we don't have a second opinion on budget matters to help avoid these errors, like the second opinion that the GAO gives Congress and the President. But I realize some on the council are not concerned as I am about second opinions. They're happy with the opinions that staff is currently giving them. If you trust the city bureaucracy to always make the right budget decisions, if you believe their budget recommendations are always unbiased and in an objective manner, and that politics does not ever sway them, then by all means, vote against this charter amendment. If receiving a second opinion on a yearly budget of upwards of $1 billion is not important to you, then please do not let Peorians have a chance to vote on this charter amendment. But if you are like me and want the best budget recommendations available, and you're not satisfied with one-sided views, support this charter amendment. Let the voters decide whether the opinion of one or two is better when it comes to spending their hard-earned tax money. In response to the letters that council received yesterday from Dick Bowers and the ICMA, I would like to state the following. Of course, Dick Bowers wants to retain all the power in the city manager. He was a government bureaucrat his entire career. What's interesting is that the city of Scottsdale, the city that he managed, adopted this exact treasurer position. In regards to the ICMA letter, what I find interesting is that we have an organization out of Washington, D.C., of all places, involving themselves in the affairs in Peoria, and that is their complete right to do so. But I find it hard to believe that they know about Peoria. But what I find even more interesting about their involvement is they operate, I'm speaking specifically about the ICMA, they operate similarly to the way every city manager that I have met in the last 10 years complains about unions. This ICMA management group operates like a union. It has its own agenda, and it's to preserve the city manager's role or increase its power. And you see this in the copy of the letter that was provided to council. If it is contrary to the manager-council form of government to have a treasurer who is independent from the city manager and reports to the council, why isn't that true for the city attorney or the city judge? That begs the question why the ICMA didn't oppose the charter amendment in regards to the city clerk during the last election. I believe the reason that they didn't oppose that charter amendment is because there's really no power in the city clerk, and no disrespect to Rhonda, you've done a great job. All of these positions have a good reason to be independent of the city manager. Just having a treasurer to be independent of the city manager makes sense. Having a treasurer who reports to the council directly puts in place a check and balance to assure the finances of the city, which are expended by the city manager, are properly protected, and the city manager's staff are held accountable by that independence. And lastly, I say this not in a negative way, but as a former city employee, not only of the city, of several other cities across the valley, there is a tendency for bureaucracies to have their own agenda, just like unions do, just like the ICMA. I believe putting this treasurer in place has the city of Peoria will have an independent voice that gives council accurate financial information that is not tainted or politicized. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Patena.
Thank you, Mayor. I've done some research on this, and I spoke at the subcommittee level as well, and it's interesting to me that in all of California and all of Arizona, that only one city has adopted this form of government, and that's, as Carl said, Scottsdale. The question begs to be asked, if this is such a great form of government, why has only one city in 2 states adopted this form of government? In Scottsdale, they have gone through 3 city managers in 5 years. I had the opportunity to talk with a Scottsdale councilwoman in Washington, D.C. She says that that form of government right now is working in Scottsdale, but that's only because the city manager, that's what he bought into when he got hired. But her fear is that as soon as an opportunity presents itself to that city manager, he'll be gone. The city of Peoria is coming off a spectacular citizen survey where over 80% of the citizens like living in Peoria and feel that we are doing a good job. Why, I ask, would we want to change our form of government? If I was given some compelling reason to move this forward and why it would be good for the city, I would consider it, but I have not been given that information. To change our form of government would not be good for the city or the citizens, and frankly, I think they deserve better. We have a great finance department, an exceptional CFO. I've worked as a city employee for 18 years and in this position almost a year and a half, and I have never heard a single complaint about our finance department. You cannot expect a city manager to be responsible for the administration of the city without having budgetary responsibilities. I believe Carl told me at one point he believes that about 30% of his job is budget related. How do you take that away from a city manager? Having a treasurer report directly to the city council brings us into the day-to-day operation of the city. And I don't believe that's what I was elected to do, nor is that our responsibility. And I also believe that a treasurer politicizes that position. We set policy as a council in this city, and we have a handful of responsibilities, other responsibilities. Public safety is one of them, where we make sure that all of our citizens are safe, fire and police. And something that I learned a while back was that we do no harm up here. And that I interpret that as don't make any rash decisions that are going to be bad for the city. Don't make any decisions that are going to harm this city. And I think that changing the form of government that we have right now would harm this city. I believe that as council, we should leave here when we're done a better place than when we got here. I don't want to be part of this charter amendment change, and I will vote against it. I believe that right now I am getting the best unbiased information that I can possibly get currently from our finance department. Thank you.
Thank you. Bringing in a treasurer politicizes the financial management of the city. So as Mr. Rivero says, do you trust bureaucrats or you trust hack politicians? Now, when you're dealing with your money, and well, politicians are like generally, is that really where you want that to go? And the second thing I want to point out is everybody's a fiscal conservative these days. Why are we going to create a position that's going to be a high-paid position that duplicates the work that's already done in-house, and we've never had any financial problems? To me, it just does not make sense. Mr. Rivero.
Mayor, were you placing that hack label on yourself?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. No, on yourself. I respectfully disagree with Councilmember Patena in regards to the state of California. I understand the research you make, but if you look and you do more research on how most of the cities in California are doing, they're not doing well financially. Second of all, how is our neighboring city doing? Why? Because they were misled on financial information. How is the city of Phoenix doing? They're not doing too well these days. Thank you.
Thank you. Try to reach consensus. You want this to go to the treasurer to go to the ballot, yes or no?
Yes. No.
Yes.
No.
No. With that, we're done with that part. Oh, the charter amendments. Review committee?
One more item on the related to charter amendments before we get into the budget, and I think this last conversation really makes the point behind this recommendation. This recommendation really gets at the heart of how the city of Peoria is entertaining charter amendments and discussing charter amendments. For the 6 years that I've been manager here, every 2 years we have some type of discussion similar to this, where there have been charter amendments brought up that have engendered some fairly passionate discussions and debate amongst the council. And I don't believe that's a good way for the City of Peoria and the Peoria City Council to be addressing the important elements of potential charter changes. As has been mentioned in the past, and for those of you that have heard my presentation in the Peoria Leadership Institute each year for citizens, we often refer to the charter rightfully as the constitution for the city. Now, that's not a legal constitution in the sense of the Constitution of the state of Arizona or the Constitution of the United States, but it functions in the same way for the city as the Constitution of the state and the Constitution of the country do at those governmental levels. And because it's such an important document for a city that has a charter, most cities have a thoughtful charter review process that takes the emotion out of the debate, akin to what we've been having this evening, and creates a process where there can be a thoughtful review of any charter amendment proposal in the context of the existing charter. The charter needs to be a fluid and living document that is kept up to date over time. As time changes, laws change, the community culture, the community political culture change, the document from time to time may need to be changed. But there should be a dispassionate and thoughtful review of charter amendments done in the context of the entire charter, not one-off ideas brought up on a calendar right before it has to be filed for a vote. So what I'm proposing, and I know the city attorney supports me on this, I've discussed it with him at length, and that is that in the future, before the city council is here in this discussion 2 years from now, that the city establish a charter review commission or committee that is set up, appointed citizens, appointed by the council, to come together in ample time before an election so that any and all charter amendments can be presented to that body, and that body can have deliberative public meetings, engaging any experts that they might deem necessary, to really vet in the context of the existing charter any changes. And then they would sit in front of you and make those recommendations to you as one of your citizen advisory bodies. I think that's an important governance change that the city of Peoria really needs to make. And I feel strongly in making this recommendation, and as I said, I know I speak for the city attorney as well in doing that. Now, we don't have to decide tonight how that will work or what that will look like, but I would like to ask for a consensus of the council that we can bring this back at some later point in time where you might really entertain that proposal. Thank you.
Mr. Ings.
Yeah, I know, I think it was in 2008, we did a number of changes, and they were recommendations, and a lot of them were kind of technical things and things that have changed over time. And I think you bring up, I don't want us to think that our charter is exactly like a constitution, because if you go to those state and federal, there are more principles, but we got a lot of specifics in ours as well. So I think there are things, and you agree with that. So there's difference.
I do, yes.
And I don't think there's a problem looking at those. It's not quite as sacred as the U.S. or the state constitutions, which are built on principles, and then you get into all kinds of laws and rules. And we do some of that too, but I think in ours we already have some detail that over time does need to be looked at. And I have no problem with a citizens committee, but I would make the statement that a council member can still make a recommendation independently as well, right? To consider an amendment, I would think, right? Because we can do that.
Well, I guess that's one of the details that I think the council needs to decide and discuss, at a later date in a study session. How would something like that work? My belief is that any charter amendment proposal would be well served to go through a process of a citizens committee vetting it in the context of the charter. And I think you would benefit from their deliberation. And I think that's a healthy type of interaction in our form of government where a citizen advisory body is established and by trusted people that the mayor and council appoint that can have all due diligence exercised so that they're bringing you well thought through recommendations that are in context. Because what I've seen in 6 years, every 2 years, some of them are, as you point out, Vice Mayor Ames, technical. Some of them a few years ago were technical. Others, as we just discussed this evening, significant changes in the structure of government. And I think it's important that a body like that be charged with looking at any proposal in the context of our city.
I guess my point is there might be a proposal by a council
Oh,
member that they look at.
Oh, absolutely.
Vet.
I would,
mean,
yes,
okay,
indeed.
they're-
I'm
they're
sorry
not
if I
gonna-
misunderstood.
They're not
Yeah.
going to come up with them.
No, I would expect that you all will continue to come up with ideas that you think might go into a charter review process, but also citizens may as well, good government groups may as well.
In that context, I think that's a good idea.
Everybody all right with that sometime in the next year or so?
Absolutely.
We do this? Yes?
We do it as a study session.
Yeah. Yeah? Yeah? Yep. Okay. Next is the budget, but why don't we take 10 minutes? 6:20 by that clock. I know it's not exactly accurate.
I left my watch at home because I go.
Or you can go by that way.
Thank you, Mayor Barrett. Council members, shifting gears from the last discussion, and this will be the beginning of 3 nights of conversation about the city budget. And we have on the screen in front of you a very high-level overview of what we intend to present over the next 3 nights. And we have set Friday morning as a wrap-up time if needed, although it's certainly going to be our effort recognizing the significant investment in your time to do everything we can to help you wrap up by Thursday evening. What we'll begin to do tonight is to go through the department overviews. This is something that the council has said each year that you really do appreciate, an opportunity to have a little time with each of the directors. This year, though, because there's so little variance in the budgets, as you recall from the overview presentation last week, with the very modest amount of additional revenue that we're seeing in the year ahead, there's only very small variance from last year's budget. So we're not planning long presentations in each of the department presentations. And of course, there are no new council members on the budget, new to a budget process. You've all been through the budget. So for those 2 things, I think what our approach is to give really a high-level overview of the budget by each of the directors, and then an opportunity for you to ask any questions you might have of them. And of course, they'll be available at the end as well for any wrap-up type of questions that might occur to you along the way. I would add again as well, which we emphasized last week too, that we're all standing by to answer your questions across the week that we're meeting, so don't feel like you have to save up your questions to the evening session. You can contact us, send us an email, call us anytime. We're standing by to answer your questions. We want to make sure that you have everything you need. So what we have tonight, Kate, do you have an outline of the department schedule that
yes.
we can look at?
So each of you should have received an updated order of presentations for the evening. We have changed that slightly from what was in your original handout that you received at the beginning of the, or when we provided you with the book. So we've updated that. It's just kind of the order of presentations where we'd like to try to get through as many as we can this evening, or as many as you're ready to hear this evening, and then we'll pick up wherever we stop in tomorrow evening's presentation. And just a quick overview, department templates basically look from the standpoint of they're going to talk a little bit about their functions of their departments. They're going to spend a little bit of time talking about the service outcomes and the council goals that they're trying to achieve. And then they'll talk also about some of the budget changes they're recommending that are part of the recommended budget going forward. So just to kind of get your framework for how we're going to go through these presentations.
Great. Thanks, Katie. So we're going to begin with the Finance and Budget Department. This department has an overall budget of $10,213,699. There are 80 employees in this department. Brent Mattingly, our Chief Financial Officer, is the director of this department. And the most significant thing that has occurred in the last year with respect to the Finance and Budget Department is the combining of 2 previous separate departments, that was Finance and Budget. They chose the clever name of Budget and Finance Department when they merged them together, but it really has been a very seamless merger, and in fact, more than seamless, I think it's really produced the beneficial outcome that we had discussed last year about how merging those functions made just a lot of sense from a service delivery standpoint and allowed us to streamline some of our management and overhead expenses as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to Brent.
Thank you, Carl. This org chart kind of shows the department overview of the, as Carl said, the now combined finance and budget department. There are 5 main areas. Our utility billing operations include meter services as well as our customer call center, and that's largely funded through our utility fund operations. We also have the administration of sales tax, business licensing, and collections. Our materials management area includes purchasing, the warehouse out at the MOC, as well as our city copy centers. Management and budget functions include coordinating the operating and capital budgets, conducting rate and fee analysis, performance management, and strategic support throughout the city. And financial services includes the traditional functions of accounting, accounts payable, investment management, as well as payroll. Your primary council goals are shown up there at the top of the slide that really relate to the Finance and Budget Department. Likewise, below those you see 3 key outcomes that are impacted by what the Finance and Budget Department does just as a normal part of their function. We have 5 budget requests for next year to help accomplish certain council goals and organizational objectives. The first 3 are funded primarily through our utility funds. That's water, wastewater, and our solid waste operations. And that includes maintenance and support from our vendor for our what's called an IVR system, or interactive voice response system. It's really the backbone of our customer call center. We also have increased costs for various meter connection parts. So that's part of the water system, and a new federal requirement mandates that we have absolutely no lead at all in those meter parts. Previously, we were allowed to have a small amount of lead. The new parts are a little bit more expensive, and that accounts for this budget request. The next supplement would be funded through the city's general fund, and that really, we're requesting a one-time increase in our training budget to provide meaningful training to the staff in the entire Finance and Budget Department, rather than just seeking out kind of the lowest cost training that's available because of the low amount that we have included in our base training budget across the department. The last request is funded by charges throughout city operations. We're requesting one-time funding of $450,000 to purchase and implement an automated time and attendance system, as well as the ongoing system support once that system is in place. An outside consultant is currently conducting a review of our HR and payroll practices and the use of technology in those areas. I believe it's very likely that they're going to recommend converting from our pretty cumbersome paper-based timekeeping system to something that's more automated. One task of that consultant will be to prepare an analysis looking at the benefits versus the costs of implementing such a system. The budget amount's only an estimated amount based upon some research we did a couple of years ago. We would conduct a formal process to identify the right technology and then bring a contract back to the City Council for your consideration of approval.
What's the time frame for getting the consultant's report to you?
The consultant should be starting probably in the next, within the next 4 weeks, and I think they're going to take probably 4 to 6 weeks to conduct their assessment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're talking about the automated time and attendance system, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us a little bit about what the objective of that is and what we're going to accomplish for the city?
Sure. Right now, as I mentioned, it's a pretty cumbersome process of how we account for people's time off, their leave, and their time reporting on a daily basis. So they fill out a paper timesheet that should be routed and approved by their supervisor, and that data is manually entered into our PeopleSoft payroll system at an aggregate basis. So we're only reporting grand totals for each week or each pay period. The automated system would allow people to use various technologies around the city to record the time that they're working. It can help keep track of the purpose of the time if they're working on a project, specific project that they're charging their time to. It also would help with leave management. It would provide an electronic process for supervisors, managers to look at scheduling of leave time, coverage. Police and fire departments already use kind of a smaller version of such a system for scheduling firefighter shifts and police officer coverage for when people are out on vacation and that type of thing. So this is really a system that's much broader than just what police and fire are using it for, that would be effective across the entire city organization as well.
Okay, so this is not just for the finance departments, this is...
No, sir, this would be
broader,
cities across the whole city organization.
but not fire and police? 'Cause
The fire and police, we would be, one of the things the consultant is looking at is taking a look at their system that they're using it now, evaluating, are we using that system to its fullest potential? Looking at how it interfaces with our payroll system today, seeing if we could make some changes in that system and incorporate it with a different time and attendance, more comprehensive system, or potentially if this system would do everything that their system's doing today for them and they would elect to use this as well.
And your department is doing this rather than human resources? For
Human
example?
resources and the finance department are partnering on this, in both of the consultant coming in and looking at those systems, at how we're doing things today, as well as bringing forward a recommendation in the future.
But the funds are here?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Rivera.
Yes, sir.
I have a couple of questions. In the past, we've discussed training for CPAs. I know that's been an important part of your budget. Can you elaborate if that continues to be important?
Yes, sir. During the last few years, when departments had to reduce their budgets all across the city, one of the areas that each department really looked at was professional training for things including required certifications. I know that in the finance department we have certified public accountants that as a part of their professional certification require training. That exists in other departments as well. Professional engineers, as an example, have professional continuing education requirements as well. Last year, the council was gracious to approve a one-time budget request in the same area for us to increase our training. That has given us the opportunity to send those staff to really better training than they've been able to attend in the past. This one-time request would restore our budget to just over half of what it was back in 2009. So we're still, we still really are careful about who goes to what training and how to meet those requirements. But again, this is a one-time request to give us some of that training dollars back for next year.
Okay. Are there any immediate needs in the department? And that's the foundation for my next question. Do you believe our customer service in person here on the second floor, do we provide the best customer service as far as method of payment and people taking care of their bills while they're here?
If I understand the question, are you asking me if we provide a high quality level of service to our customers?
I know the individuals provide a great customer service, but I'm talking about method of payments over the phone and in person too.
Right. And over the last few years, actually the number of years, we've tried to expand those channels that people can use for paying, whether it's sales tax or a utility bill. They can come in person and pay those bills. They can use credit cards to pay those bills. People can pay through automated reductions from their bank accounts that occur every month, so they can sign up for that program. Businesses can pay for their taxes online as well.
So citizens can pay with their debit or credit card, their utility bill?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, my other question was, do you have any other needs? Obviously, our budget is limited, but do you foresee any other needs in your department?
I believe that this would allow us to continue providing the level of service that we've been providing both to our citizens as well as across the organization.
But you don't see any needs?
Nothing significant,
okay.
Sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are they taking general questions?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm on page 340. And I noticed 14 to 15, a little bit of a drop in the budget, but there was a big jump 13 to 14. And, but really with about the same number of people. Can you elaborate on that? I'm looking under the finance and budget right now, but a similar thing under finance utilities too, actually.
I think that I can speak generally, if you're looking at the fiscal year 13, the actual, and then the fiscal year 14 budget. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Much of that is generated by the combining of the two departments. So we moved the budget management and budget department into the finance department budget, but we're trying to reflect back on some of the personnel, similar numbers on the personnel.
So that like $300,000 jump, we'll find it less somewhere else. Is that right?
I'm looking at.
I'm looking at the $4,971,000 for 13 actual and 14 budget, $5,317,000.
Right, and most of that you can see, as Katie was pointing out, is on the very first line. It's personnel services. The contractual services, commodities, and capital outlay look like they're pretty consistent from one year to the next.
So this was combining the departments,
Putting-
really,
right.
because it's the same number of people, though, 13 and 14.
Personnel services also includes other line items other than just straight salaries.
Yeah.
So
I think related to your question down at the bottom where it says 43 FTE, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
And that it was the
Yeah.
same. When we put these reports together, what we're trying to give you is that, so you're seeing those two departments combined and what that would have been had we been combined in the past as well. So that's why that's in there, I believe.
And it's really the same under the finance utilities, too. It's a big jump. That's more like a 500,000 jump. 13 actual and 14 budget.
Mayor and Council,
Yeah.
I could hopefully answer some of that. We're looking at a couple different things. One is 13 is an actual amount, 14 is a budget. History shows about 3 to 5% or so won't get spent in, let's say, personnel, or there could have been one-time supplements in the 14 budget that weren't in 13, so you're seeing a jump for
Yeah, you have the
increases.
estimate lower in the finance utilities, but not much different in the finance and budget.
Right. So you will see differences where not everything will be spent every year in some cases.
So this wasn't all of a sudden 500,000 more we were spending on something. It's the accounting
Right, you're seeing
process.
actuals,
Okay.
not budget.
Those are the questions I wanted to ask. Yeah, and I also wanted to ask about the automated time and attendance, but you answered that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Peasy.
Thank you, Brett.
Let's see if I can find that photo.
The next area we'll look at is the Human Resources Department, and the Human Resources Department has about $2.5 million in direct costs for that department. They also administer the trust funds as well, but the actual departmental budget's about $2.5 million. There are 17.5 FTEs, or full-time equivalent employees, in the Human Resources Department. And one of the things, and I passed out a brochure that you have in front of you, one of the things that Director Ayers has been doing since she joined the department is really supporting the various programs in the city that train and provide leadership and management opportunities to employees. As you know, we are throughout society, and the city of Peoria is no different. We're an aging society and an aging workforce. And as our employees retire, it's important stewardship of our resources to give our employees who want to be promoted the skills so that as vacancies occur in the organization, they can be promoted. So what that brochure shows is how the various programs that our HR department is leading under Peoria Service Excellent University is linking the various programs so that employees, no matter where they are in the organization, have an opportunity to avail themselves of training so that they can be prepared for promotion. So with that, I'll turn it over to Julie.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm pleased to provide you with information regarding the Human Resources Department here at the City of Peoria. We provide 7 categories of service, as you can see on the screen. Those are benefits and wellness, classification and compensation, employee and labor relations, human capital management, recruitment and retention, safety management, and training and organizational development. Most of our functions are funded through the general fund. However, as Mr. Swenson mentioned, the benefits program and workers' compensation program are funded through separate trust funds. This is a snapshot of our workforce. We have approximately 1,100 full-time and part-time employees and approximately 500 seasonal and temporary employees. You can see on the chart that this has not significantly changed or shifted since the end of last fiscal year. The average tenure of a city employee is currently 9.8 years, and we have a low turnover rate of 6.5%. I would like to highlight a few of our service areas, starting with the training and organizational development programs. The Peoria Service Excellence University continues to offer quality leadership programs in addition to other skill-building classes. The entire city recently completed anti-harassment training and is now going through an exciting customer service program. The Diversity Committee is actively working on our next initiative, which will also include citywide training. Last, under this category, I'd like to provide an update on our educational reimbursement program. We are currently back to an 80% reimbursement rate, and that is because we have a reduced number of participants currently, and many of them are seeking undergraduate degrees as compared to the more expensive graduate programs. Next, I would like to speak to employee and labor relations. This area is a top priority for my department, and I have rearranged staff assignments to reflect this priority. The City of Peoria seeks to be, and I believe is, an employer of choice. It is not unusual for us to receive hundreds of applications for a single open position. And as I already mentioned, we have a low turnover rate at 6.5%, and if you eliminate involuntary turnover and look at voluntary turnover, it's about 5%. 87% of our departing employees would recommend the City of Peoria as a place of employment, and we are continuing to strive to increase the number of employees who are able to come back and participate in an exit interview with us so we can get the best information to improve our workforce. Lastly, I would like to discuss our benefits and wellness programs. You will recall that the city is self-funded, and the City Council has a trust board that oversees workers' compensation and our health benefits program. When the programs were initiated, there were actually 3 funds created, one for the health insurance, one for the workers' comp, and one as a reserve account. The trust accounts are financially stable, and the trust board has adopted sound financial practices and reserve policies within each of the primary accounts, so in the workers' comp account and the health account. Thus, you'll see in this year's budget that the reserve account, as originally established, is being transferred into the workers' comp fund to serve as their reserve account. So at the end of this budget, if it's adopted, we would have 2 remaining accounts, one for the trust and one for the workers' comp. I'm pleased to report that our health insurance rate increase for fiscal year 15 is only 1.8%. This is below trend and our forecast. Further, it's our recommendation that we absorb this rate increase for our staff at a total cost to the trust of less than $75,000. Our focus for fiscal year 15 will be on wellness, and I'm excited to report that as part of our Blue Cross Blue Shield renewal, they have provided us with $20,000 to focus on wellness initiatives through the trust. We have established a wellness committee who has already begun to plan new programs and incentives, and the health centers, as shown on the screen, have been well received and are receiving regular usage. And as a reminder, they're located on the 2nd floor of City Hall and out at the MOC building. Biometric screenings will also return to the city in May. The question was raised during the city manager's budget overview last week about the impacts of the Affordable Care Act on our plan. Up to this point, we've had to make plan design changes to comply with the law, such as adding dependent coverage up to age 26, and we have paid minor fees. For fiscal year 15, we need to make additional changes to our plan with regard to out-of-pocket maximums, and we will have a total of $164,000 in fees. Still to come is the possibility of expanded coverage based upon employee hours worked, and the Cadillac tax for rich health insurance plans, which we talked about a few months ago. The Cadillac tax is a 40% excise tax on plans that exceed a cost cap and does not start until 2018. Upon a review of the city's plans, we do not believe we would be subject to the tax in 2018. Rather, it would catch up to us a few years after that. The Human Resources Department has not asked for any budgetary changes at this time, and this concludes my presentation. I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Can you discuss, Ms. Ayers, page 477, the workforce inclusion and engagement training?
The carryover. Thank you. During last fiscal year's budget, we had requested a one-time funding of $70,000 to pursue workforce inclusion and engagement program, which is also the diversity initiative I mentioned. We've been working with the diversity committee to get that project off the ground sooner. However, we've been re-engaging the diversity committee. We've added new members, and we're only now out at the RFP stage to work with a consultant to provide those services. So we believe we will have a consultant in place to help us with that initiative before the end of the fiscal year, but not the actual training. We believe the actual training and the usage of those dollars won't come until next fiscal year. So we are respectfully asking for a carryover.
Okay. And what is the purpose of the training?
The purpose of the training is under our Peoria Service Excellent University, we have the 4 pillars of customer service, ethics, diversity, and anti-harassment. And so we are on a rotation of providing citywide training on those topics. The next in line is the diversity training, and we really wanted to take it as an opportunity to just refresh our program and really check into the culture of the city. We're looking at an environmental scan or survey perhaps of the employment base, and then really just re-engage and raise the level of awareness of that program.
What benefits do you see coming from this training?
We believe it's an important priority of the city to have a diverse and inclusive workforce. We believe it will add to not only our reputation within the community, but also employee morale.
But is the focus of the diversity is the diverse workforce, or is there a focus on different type of diversity, or is it only on who we hire?
The focus is on inclusion. So some people may instantly think of things like race, but really the diversity initiative and inclusion just incorporates welcoming environment for everyone.
Okay. And you foresee that you will be asking for this money again next year?
No, this would only be it's one-time funding. It was provided by the City Council last year in the budget. Because we did not have the opportunity to expend it, we're asking for it to be carried forward to be used as a one-time expense next fiscal year.
Perfect. Focusing on union relations,
yes.
As you know, it was a big issue this last year. Are your staff that are assigned to the various unions in the city, are they receiving any type of training? Is there anything you're doing to improve the relationship with the unions?
Certainly. We have realigned some of the staff in the department. I now have a focus and a group of my department that is focused on employee and labor relations, and that's led by our workforce administrator, Don Prince. We have been a member of NAPELRA, which is a training and a resource for local governments when it comes to union relations. And really a lot of their job and the consultant's job is to go out and really get to know and get to know the needs of our union partners.
Okay. Next question. In regards to employee relations, I know this is an area we've been trying to improve upon.
Correct.
In regards to terminations and investigations. Is there a focus in continuing to trying to improve that area within HR?
That's correct. By creating this workforce administrator position, I combined the functions of employee and labor relations and recruiting because I believe that those are all connected and it's meant to be one-stop customer service, not only for our employees, but also for departments, everything from hire, through the employment process. And so they have client departments and they're actively meant to be out in those departments and working and helping, again, the departments and the employees.
But specifically, I'm talking about investigations and terminations. Because I know that's a separate, not everyone in HR has that background or skill.
Correct. Those two functions still reside in the workforce administration section of the department. And so those individuals, I'm very lucky that I have high qualified staff. Many have senior certifications in human resources management and ongoing, if you remember, I think it was Stephen Covey, sharpening the saw. It's very important to me that we're not only subscribing and understanding current trends and keeping up on, legal issues within the field, but that, we are doing effective and efficient investigations and that we are, working in the best interest of the city of our employees.
So you believe we're strong in that area?
I do believe that we are strong and improving.
Okay. Lastly, classification and compensation.
Yes.
Are we annually doing studies, or what's the status of that area in regards to studies, in regards to pay, benefits, and so forth?
Our goal internally is to have 20% of the city's workforce, the positions evaluated annually. And so recently we had completed an AFSCME study. We're currently almost completed with a manager and professional level study that's been taking place over the past year. And so it is our goal internally to review all positions every 5 years, doing 20% per year.
Okay. Lastly, healthcare benefits.
Yes.
They continue to go up. Anything the city is going to do, or HR, to try to reduce those costs?
Certainly the wellness initiative we believe will assist in trying to, I can't say reverse or even stop the trend. As long as there's inflation in the medical environment, I think that we're going to continue to see upward pressure. We also have, with the Affordable Care Act, we're going to lose some control over our own plan design. And so that's going to, perhaps, take away some of the control we have over our own plans. But it's certainly our intent to work with our employees, work with our labor groups, work with the wellness committees to continue to see what we can do to better manage those costs, because it's in everyone's best interest.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ames.
Yes, thank you for that update on the Affordable Care Act. I think I'd requested that at one of the meetings, so. You say the Human Resources Department does not recommend any budgetary changes at this time. But when I look at your history from 12 all the way up to 15, I see it goes up and down. In 12, you got 17 million, and then in 13, 15 million, so it's down there. And then I know the 14 isn't over yet, but you got a budget of 18,700,000 and some thousand, so that's up 3.5 million, but the actual is closer to 2.5. And then you're back to 18, which is and close to what you have in the actual 14 budget. Can you explain these ups and downs here?
Certainly. Throughout some of these years, we've had requested and received one-time supplements, which would be reflected in those budgets. For the current year, fiscal 15, we have not requested any supplements to add to our base budget. I'm not sure. Barry looks like he wants to say something.
Mayor and Council, I'd also add the self-insurance trust funds that we have in there. You'll see that swing a lot based on the claim activity we receive. So even though we have a budget for a certain amount, we were hoping to come under that because we don't want to have as many claims and hopefully have the savings.
You're projecting more for the next year.
Yeah.
Why is that?
That would do medical trend, as long as, specialty medications.
It's a statistical tracking that you do, kind of estimate?
And we had a really incredible year in our health care claims in 13, and that's why that's much lower. 14, we're seeing it come back up. Still not bad compared to budget, and that's why you're seeing savings again.
I think those claims will go up with the Affordable Care Act?
I'm not sure if they'll go up based on the Affordable Care Act, but it is pretty likely they will continue to go up. As I was starting to say, the cost of specialty prescriptions, medication, different, procedures as they become more common, simply, we plan for the best, but if you have, premature infant, or if you have, some serious health issues that come up, it is our obligation to pay for those.
Okay. And then I'm happy to see, I'm looking at page 483, and you got a big change in that 52021, which is the top of the line. From 14, it hops up to 23, but then you let us know that you moved another category, from another category into this category. So that helps us when we look through. I look for those jumps.
Other questions?
Well, thank you.
No? Thanks very much.
Thank you.
The next department will be one of our smaller departments, but a very important one, and that's the city clerk. Of course, the city clerk oversees an office of 7 employees, a budget of $971,151, overseeing all of the records management, elections, state statutes, codification, and a variety of other functions in the city clerk's office. And with that, I'll turn it over to Rhonda Germaninsky, our city clerk.
Thank you, Carl. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The City Clerk's office is comprised of 3 major function areas. They are administration, elections, and records. The major administration functions of the City Clerk's office entails duties to the City Council with respect to council meetings, agendas, subcommittees, and boards and commissions, as well as processing contracts. Elections, of course, includes all aspects of municipal elections and campaign finance reporting, and records functions, which entails public records requests, as well as the retention, destruction, or other disposition of records. All areas within the city clerk's office are funded with the general fund. All of our function areas serve to meet council's goal to build community, leadership, and image, as well as enhance current services. We do this through the administration of open meeting laws, municipal elections, and records management. We have a 99% combined open meeting law compliance rate. That is the combined average for the City Council, subcommittees, and all 23 boards and commissions. We receive, on average, about 550 public records requests each year. The majority of those requests are processed within an average of 4 days. However, we are seeing an increase in our processing times as it relates to requests that require redaction. And we are currently working on some strategies to reduce those numbers. We have 3 supplemental requests at this time. The first request, for approximately $138,000, is made in order to conduct the 2014 elections. In addition, we have 2 small supplemental requests in order to maintain services. One, in the amount of $5,100, is for legal notices, which covers the increase in costs associated with publishing legal notices as required by state statute. And another small request of approximately $7,400 covers the costs associated with printing the council packets. We do not recommend any further budgetary changes at this time. That concludes my presentation.
Questions?
Okay. Change from 14 to 15, is that totally accounted for by the fact there's an election year coming up now?
For the most part, yes.
Pretty much, okay. And so the next year we won't see that, and then the year after that we'll see that again?
We can only hope there won't be an election next year.
And I noticed the other professional services, I'm on page 43. It's a one-time, it's an election, I assume 120, and that's the main part of that 138.
That's correct.
600,000, okay. And I notice you have no increase in staffing, so it's the election year, it's your change. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? No? Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. The next presentation is Office of Communication. Communications Director Bo Larson. That presentation, of course, this is another small department, 8 employees, but oversees all of the communication of the city. So if anyone is, I shouldn't say if anyone, there's a lot, no doubt, watching on TV and online. For all of those people watching on TV and online, you're watching because of the efforts of the staff in the communications department. They have a budget of $1,450,008, and I'll turn it over to Bo to give an overview.
Thank you, Carl. Mayor and Council, thank you very much. The Office of Communications, I get to do it, which reports directly to the city manager, as well as we represent all departments in the city, as well as we work closely with council members. But we're comprised of really three groupings within the office. Marketing and communications, which was formerly the PIO position, but we had an opportunity to redesign the workflow of this role, and also to allow us to look forward to the future with more marketing opportunities and perhaps advertising with some of the skill sets we have in our departments. Within marketing communications as well, we have a graphic designer which came on board a little over a year ago, as well as Channel 11 and Web Services. Web Services, just so you know, handles 5 websites for the city, as well as 2 public safety websites they work on, and 5 applications for customer service, so that residents, for example, can pay their bills online and stuff like that. Our council goal, obviously, is leadership and image, and we work very hard to make sure that Peoria is recognized as very professional and one of the outstanding cities, not only in the region but in the nation. We try. One of the service outcomes, obviously, is to provide quality graphic design and collateral. And just to give you an idea of how we measure this, and last year we did 451 projects. Which equated to about $277,000 in savings, and that was by bringing a graphic designer in-house. So we do an awful lot. We've really changed the image of what the city has. As well as we create and distribute information to keep the employees informed and engaged, and most of this is done through CityNet, as well as internal publications that we do and posters. So you know that we've done, last year it increased 5%, which gave us 530,000 page views, and that goes beyond the home page. That's people going beyond, clicking on something and going in and looking for something. And then, of course, to provide timely and accurate information to our external stakeholders. We've measured this in a variety of ways. One is through our news stories and print media, and the way our system's set up is we look at our local media because we can keep track of that. We improved by 11% last year by having 1,039 stories in local print media. That gave us nearly 5 million impressions. And as well as our Channel 11, we saw an increase in our YouTube usage, as well as the number of city-focused programs being produced. Channel 11 crew, 2 guys, did an outstanding job, produced 125 different programs last year, which gave us a little over 45,000 YouTube hits and a little over 20,000 views on our web streaming. So we know that people tune in now and then and hopefully watch. Now, our objective is to, we do have a couple budget requests, and it's using technology and maintaining service levels. One of the key ones is in this room right here. We have equipment that's upwards to 20 years old. Every one of our cameras, I like to call our Frankensteins right now. They have at least 3 or 4 different components from different cameras that we've had on the shelf. And it's to that point where there's times that the cameras can't move because of the swivel they're on, because of the age, and there's no replacement parts. These are analog cameras, and there's only one way to go is to get new ones. Some may think 2 ways to go, but this room definitely needs new equipment. It's been a long time, and replacement parts are not available. The computers that much of this equipment runs on use old Microsoft XP, and everything's moving to Microsoft 7, and so the programs that these run on, even if we wanted to get a new computer, for example, we wouldn't be able to because of the program would not work on that computer. As well as we need a new playback unit in the automation system for Channel 11, which also manages the streaming online for broadcast programs that go out through Channel 11. Again, this is nearly 8 years old, and it's based on a piece of equipment, a computer and a program. The company's no longer in business. The company that purchased that company will not support what we have, and so if anything at all goes wrong, we will be holding up stick figures in front of the TV camera to present Peoria shows. But it's something that is the brains of Channel 11, and not only on the broadcast side that we do through Cox Cable, but as well as the streaming side. And both of these systems are designed, that we're looking to design for the future, not just for the immediate need, but what's the long-term outlook for how we use Channel 11, which is going more and more online, and that's what these are designed for as well. So with that, I'd like to take any questions.
Mr. Ames?
Yeah, 20 years, that's younger than any of us, so what's the... Yeah, that is a lot of years for this kind of technology, isn't it? So I appreciate that, and I appreciate the good work that your department does. And
thank you.
You've brought us along well over the last several years. I'm looking at page 594, and the total in 12 was 1 million, a little over 100,000, and then it's 1,450,000 now. Is that because you took on more responsibilities, I think you had mentioned, or? I know some of that is this one-time request, but that's 151.
Mayor, Councilmember Ames, that would be reflective of the one-time request that you mentioned, but it would also be the increased costs related to salaries going into next fiscal year.
Okay. But the bigger jump was from 12, so salaries went up, well, I guess it didn't in 13.
I'm sorry, if you're referring to 12?
I'm starting with 12. I like to look over the trend lines here. Mm-hmm. And then, well, I guess, not a huge jump, 13, but then 14, more of a jump, like a couple 100,000, and then the estimate drops a little bit, but then you get another jump of over 200,000. But you're saying that's increase in salaries?
Yeah, if you were just referring to the difference between the FY14 budget and the FY15 budget, it would include the one-time requests, about $150,000 in one-time requests, as well as some salary adjustments, assuming the same compensation model that we have with our employee labor relation groups that we've already approved.
So I'm just noting the difference because this is a smaller, much smaller base,
Sure.
right?
Sure. And on those prior years, without having it right in front of me, I would imagine some of those were related to one-time items in their budget as well.
Thank you.
Susan?
Yes, Mayor, members of council. Also, if you'll recall, during that time frame, we did reorganize the Office of Communications. And we took the information officer that was located in the clerk's office, and we transferred her, that's Blanca, into Bo's shop over there at the Office of Communications so she could serve as an assistant as well as the information call center for calls that aren't going to any specific department. So then we got a double purpose. So that also shows that change, which was just a transfer from one department to another, not an increase in overall FTE.
So that's another element
Yeah.
in it. Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you.
That's what I thought.
Any other questions? No. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next presentation is the City Manager's Office, and Karina Russo, the Assistant to the City Manager, is our budget manager in our office, and she'll present the City Manager's Office budget, which is really the same as last year with one supplemental, and that's the one I mentioned in my overview last week, and that is working with the City Attorney's Office on a recodification. Karina?
Thank you, Carl. Good morning, or good evening, Mayor and Council. Let's start off right. I'm happy to present the City Manager's Office budget overview tonight. The primary roles for our office include department oversight, leadership. We're entrusted to provide the overall leadership in the organization, council collaboration to ensure that the council's priorities and interests are being addressed, and strategic planning. We provide a strategic framework for addressing the interests and the needs of the community. When talking about the city manager's budget, we primarily focus on these two goals: leadership and image, and enhancing our current services. The way we do this is to address the following key outcomes: to implement your council priorities, to serve as a leader in regional and state affairs, and to maintain the high quality of life that Peoria residents enjoy. As you recall, last fall, the National Citizen Survey reported that 93% of our citizens responded good or excellent to the overall quality of life in Peoria, which is well above the national benchmark. Our staff also has leadership roles in various regional and state organizations, such as MAG, the League of Arizona Cities, ACMA, and ICMA. I'd also like to recognize several key public departments for receiving the highest level of accreditation. Those would include Police Department, Fire, Public Works, and of course, Community Services is just wrapping up their accreditation process. As the budget stands, we are requesting no changes in resources, and we will work within our existing base budget. The only new request our office has made is for monies to be set aside for a citywide project, and that would be updating our city code. City departments will work closely with the attorney's office as we undertake this long overdue process of reviewing and updating the city code for Peoria. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions? No? Thank you.
Awesome.
Dana? That brings us to another important budget. I'm sure the council will agree, and that's the mayor and council budget. The mayor and council budget is $705,276.
Oh, and we're on, according to my schedule, we're on governmental affairs.
Aha.
Sorry about that. I gave him a schedule yesterday.
Oh. So he's not up to date, is that what you're telling us?
So which one are we talking about now, Katie? Okay, very good. Well, and the presentation for both will be made by Tammy Shreve at any rate. So let me introduce the governmental affairs budget. That one is $1,216,000. There are 9 FTEs in that, and that includes not only John Shell and those that you typically think of as lobbying in our interest, both at the state capitol, where John is at this moment, and also at the federal level. But it also includes the employees that serve the council. That is, the council assistants, the mayor's assistant as well, are also housed in that budget. So I'll turn it over to Tammy.
Well, good evening, Lisa. So again, just to say real quickly that John sends his sincere apology for not being able to be here this evening to present on our department budget, but he's covering some very important meetings this evening as well as today as the state legislature, along with Steve Kemp, as you heard earlier today. But Tammy and I will go ahead and provide you with the presentation this evening. So quickly, just to provide you a department overview. So under the Governmental Affairs and Council Office, we have 3 very important components. Of course, the Governmental Affairs, the Mayor and Council support, as well as our grants program. We are small, but we cover very important ground, I think, or I like to believe in, hopefully you do too. But just to quickly go over the 3 components. So the Government Affairs functions include, but not limited to, include coordinating the activities related to research and analysis, lobbying and advocacy, and tracking of legislative policy initiatives. Staff also serves as policy advisors and a conduit for information on regional planning activities to the mayor and council members, as well as other ancillary regionally related projects. Under the mayor and council support function, we provide quality constituent services through research and analysis and professional support to elected officials as through your council assistance. And under the grant program, we work with departments on the application and management of grant funds. The city's goal is, of course, to leverage our own funds with available grant dollars. Thank you. Under the service areas, we have 2 very important council goals that our department would like to ensure that we meet for you, and that is, of course, leadership and image, as well as economic development. We strive to mitigate adverse legislative impacts to the city, as well as our citizens, and maximize regulatory and revenue enhancements. And we also try to maintain our regional presence in very important regional arenas like MAG and RPTA and other various agencies by participating in regional organizations and activities. So next, I turn it over to Tammy, who will talk about the other service areas that our department covers.
There we go. The mayor and council support. The goals we focus on are leadership and image and enhancing current services. And we strive to provide the best professional support we can to you and to your constituents. On grant programs, the council goals are all of them. It depends on what department I'm working on and what grant I'm applying for. But this year so far in fiscal year 14, we've received just shy of $1 million. My role is to assist the departments with whatever they need in applying. Some of them need me to help write the grant, some need me to help package the grant, some need just advice. But I'd like to take a moment and thank the departments. We have a really diligent staff throughout the city who's looking for grants and funding opportunities, and they do a great job with identifying and applying for grants. Our budget additions are the same as we've requested last year. These items allow us to maintain our current service levels. We're asking for federal and state outreach funds, $115,000, Luke Air Force Base representation, $52,000, Luke Fire Country Partnership, $25,000, and the Arizona League of Cities and Towns Conference Festival of Cities, $4,000, and that allows us to participate in that event and represent the city of Peoria. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much. Questions? Mr. Rivera.
I have some questions for page 457. Let's look at the first item, state and federal services. Can you explain what that's about? Is that focus on lobbying at the state level and the federal level? Can you explain?
Those services are for legislative issues and for local interest issues. So it's hiring consultants to help us with any issues, say a particular item at the legislature or a area of focus, an interest the city has maybe politically that has come up that we need to deal with.
Okay, but what issues are we facing at the federal level?
We have not, this year, have not focused on a federal level issue, but we do have consultants on a list that are available if something were to come upon us that we needed to utilize their services for.
Okay. The next item, Peoria Share for Federal Representation, is that different? Is that different? Or?
That is, yes, that is different. We are in a partnership with several cities that are in an IGA agreement to help represent and the Luke Air Force Base. Glendale is the contract manager of that contract. All of us provide a portion of the funds in order for them to hire a consultant in order to support Luke Air Force Base.
When you support, can you elaborate on that?
I'm sorry?
Can you elaborate what support means?
Well, as Mayor and Council, as we know, now, all pretty much know now, we've secured the mission of the F-35. So that took a lot of work, a lot of collaborative effort from the West Valley cities through this partnership, and that was years in the making. And so through this type of representation, that was a big component of it, is having that representation at the federal level to continue to support Luke Air Force Base as an economic engine for the West Valley and the state as a whole, for that matter. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ames?
Yeah, I had questions on that same page. It says one-time cost, but didn't we do these things in previous years too? Like Luke and League of Cities and...
Yes,
Are
Mayor,
we always doing it as one-time cost? Is that why?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Ames, we have been funding a number of things on a one-time basis with the hopes to eventually make them ongoing, but our available ongoing dollars are limited, so we have to make some decisions about which ones we remain funding as one-time and which ones we recommend for ongoing.
Are these amounts similar to last year's?
Yes.
They are, okay. And then I have kind of for both government affairs and mayor and council, I noticed the kind of some up and down through the years, but the big shift seems to be in contractual services. And we're down in that in government affairs and council office, and up in that in, government affairs and council office, and up in that in mayor and council. Yeah, that's true, right?
Mayor and council.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
and,
for
why is that? Is that
yeah, in FY14 they had a carryover of some of the consulting services, so it's higher that year because they received the supplement and a carryover. So it added to what they had available in the FY14 budget.
Okay. So like
So
the
then that
actual
goes
amount
away.
of contracting is similar in the Government Affairs and Consul Office and, yeah, they both have consul in them. That's on page 455 versus 543.
We'd have to look at council. Hold on one second. We're going to go through that presentation if you'd like, and we can give you.
453, I thought we just did.
Oh, I thought you meant on the council.
Well, I guess we got consul in a lot of them. We got Government Affairs and Consul Office, and we have that presentation. And then mayor and consul, and we just did that.
We're not doing
Right.
mayor and council yet.
That's a separate budget.
That's a different budget. That's the next item.
Oh, I thought you were talking about it, no?
Right now, they're just talking about government affairs and the council.
Oh, okay.
It is a little confusing. Government Affairs and Council Office is the IGA and the,
Oh, I thought
basically
you
the
were referring
assistants
to
and
both.
myself.
Okay.
The Council Office is strictly the council members.
Okay, here are the contract, in the Government Affairs and Consul Office, the contractual services have dropped somewhat noticeably, so. Is that we're using less contractors?
Yeah, that's related to what Barry was just referring to. In FY14, they had a carryover of some contract
Oh,
dollars
14 was
for
the
14, which made the 14 number higher. So they're not carrying over those dollars into 15. They're planning to fully expend those in 14, and then are asking for those dollars for 15.
So that was an up year for contractors?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Patan.
Tammy, in terms
I'm sorry.
of all the grants you apply for, or the city applies for, can you give me an idea in terms of percentage of how many of those grants are successful?
And this year we've been pretty successful. I believe I was in the, like 80%. We're pretty successful. And it's, we've seen a change. Back when during the recession, there was, all the state grants went away, but there's a lot of federal grants available, and they were in big dollar amounts. And what we find now, there are grants available, but they're in small amounts. They're $50,000, they're $20,000, they're $6,000. And we're applying for those as aggressively as we would if it was a $300,000 or $1 million. But we're applying for, just as many, but they're not as big as amounts. But we've been pretty successful. And I think, and I have to give a lot of credit to the departments, one of the things I think is when you apply for a grant and you receive a grant, that organization looks at how do you manage that grant, and do you make your reports on time? Are you being responsible with the monies? And I think we do a really good job with that. And so they see us as an organization that they want to give monies to. And so I think we've been very successful in applying for grants and then being able to go back to organizations and ask for additional monies.
Just real quick, Mayor, Councilmember Patana, on the page 454, we also include on each of these department areas, we include a performance report, and one of the items there speaks to that question that you just had, which was the number of grants applied for and the number of grants received. So you can see that, as Tammy mentioned, we've been pretty successful, and we expect to continue to be successful going forward.
Thank you. Anything else? Questions? Thank you.
Mayor and council?
Next. Yep, Mayor and Council's next. Mayor and Council.
Jump right in.
Okay,
Now you get your question.
same question.
Mayor and council budget, of course, focuses on all the council goals, and your service outcome is to establish the city policies and goals that reflect community interest. We do have some budget additions. The focus of this year's budget additions is to support our youth master plan by creating opportunities for the members of our youth advisory committee to develop leadership skills and the understanding of governmental affairs by participating in education and networking opportunities. We're asking for funds, as we did last year, for the youth delegation to attend the National League of Cities and the Arizona League of Cities and Towns conference. The second budget request is new. It's in regards to the youth council liaisons, so that they would be able to travel and attend training, which they do such a great job for us. It's a great opportunity for them to go and learn more about government and have networking opportunities. This is for them to attend the ACMA conference and the Arizona League of Cities and Towns conference. And with that concludes my presentation.
Questions? Go ahead, Mr. Hayes.
So I still have that question in contractual services. It's gone up noticeably, and we are contracting more out.
Is this in reference, again, from the FY14, where FY14 is, into FY15, or?
Yes,
Okay.
14 to 15.
So 14 to 15, the majority of that is related to supplements related to, sorry, hold on, for the youth liaison travel that we had last year's one time. Is that correct? We didn't have that last year, sorry, I'm reading this right here. I'm going to let Barry answer that question. He's got it right in front of him.
Yeah, it is the supplements that they put forward in the 15 budget increased that.
Okay. And then I know we have that's just 12, but anyway, we have that supplement for youth delegation and now also youth liaison travel and training. What was the cost this year for that youth delegation
To attend the NLC in Washington, D.C., it was a combination of funds. It was the $9,500 plus funds from the Sister City program, if you recall, and I believe the total roughly is $17,000. And that was for 7 students and 2 advisors and 2 chaperones.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll go ahead and take a break. By this clock, we'll resume at 20 of. All right?
Was that going on 7:30, right?
Yeah, and that'll be IT. 7:40.
And the council will recall in this current year budget, there was money set aside for a bit of a program review to look at the overall organization and funding of our information technology regime and make recommendations to us as to potential increases in some of the level of funding. That review has been completed, and the results of that are incorporated in the budget. So John Imig, our IT director, will explain all of that. John.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Glad to be back in front of you again. I'm here to talk about the FY15 budget for the IT department. Information technology is made up of 7 operating areas, including administration, security services, network services, help desk, desktop support, application services, project management, and then we have an area that we've deemed special systems, which concerns itself with public safety, application and system support, and radio systems. All areas of the IT department are funded out of the general fund, with the exception of public safety radio, which is funded out of the half-cent sales tax fund. Our council goal that we're here really addressing is enhancing current services. And the service outcomes that I wanted to address with this particular budget are 100% network availability during normal business hours. In fact, we're nearing 100% network availability at all times. So really it's not only during business hours, but we really strive for that at all times. Compliance with all network security standards. We actually have 4 different sets of security standards that we are required to adhere to at all times, so that really puts a particular emphasis on security. And then, no less than any other, providing exceptional customer service. Really, our job here is to serve you as the elected officials, the city staff, and ultimately the citizens of the city in providing services. So in order to do that, we have to really concentrate on exceptional customer service in our department. Some of the budget objectives for 2015 are really a strategic use of technology in the organization, the legal mandates and compliance that I had addressed, maintaining critical services, and is also service level enhancements. Our new budget addition requests for FY15 include increases of our hardware and software maintenance, both on a one-time and an ongoing basis, licensing for approximately 79 Microsoft servers that will be reaching the end of their software life during FY15. We're mandated to replace those. security intrusion detection system. This is really to increase our security posture by detecting and responding to security threats internally within our network. A replacement of the 911 recording system at the police department, critical to maintain recordings of citizen 911 calls and so forth for their legal compliance. An increase in our city internet bandwidth. We haven't had an increase in that in about 8 years, and we are above the 90th threshold on our internet congestion, so this is to increase our bandwidth to allow better communications into and out of the city for both staff and citizens. An upgrade to our Cisco call manager system, that's our telephone system. Our last upgrade to that system was 3 years ago, so this request is to bring it up to more current standards and assure that we still have telephone calls coming in and out of the system for our customers. And then licensing to bring us up to the newest version of Microsoft Exchange, which is our email system. Email being the critical system that it is on day-to-day doing business within the city. We need to make sure that our email system is up to date and current. 2 budget changes directly related to the outcomes from the IT program review that Mr. Swenson referred to. We had 2 major areas of recommendation that came out of the program review, one of which was to increase our presence in the IT technician area, which is our desktop and help desk area, the technicians who serve the help desk as well as service all of our computers in the field. So we are requesting one-time money for 2 contractors in that area to help reinforce our technician ranks, and we believe this will really bring our customer service and our ability to provide that at a very high level well forward with us with these 2 contractors. The second one is with the increased emphasis in our GIS services, our geographic information systems, and all of the things that GIS does to enhance our services in the city, whether it be from permitting to inspections to police service to fire service delivery. GIS is an integral part of it. And we really need to position our GIS systems to take us to the next level. And that is internally and externally in providing GIS services out to our citizens. This enterprise license agreement is going to provide for that. And again, these are 2 major suggestions that came out of the IT program review. We were fortunate enough to be able to get that review early enough to incorporate some of these in this year's budget. And we really feel like these budget requests will really fulfill those goals that we had set out at I mentioned at the very beginning. The legal mandates, the compliance, and the maintaining critical services. We feel like with this budget request will really do that for us. And with that, I'd like to take any questions.
Questions? Mr. Ames.
You mentioned that GIS to citizens. What are you referring to there?
Vice Mayor Ames, what I'm referring to is that having this enterprise license agreement from the Esri Corporation, which is the company that provides our GIS software, will allow us to begin to position certain kinds of maps, certain kinds of data out on the public web to the citizens of the city for their reference, whether it be parks and trails, certain things.
Okay, for their reference.
For their reference,
not
exactly.
Using the system.
Correct. They would actually be able to go out and look at that information and really take advantage of all the hard work that our city staff do in keeping that information up to date.
Okay. See, I was just ready to use it, but I'm looking at FY12, and I noticed that we had a big jump from 12 to 13. As part of that, that's when you put the new telephone system in, is that right?
Vice Mayor Ames, are you
I'm
referring
on
to
page,
the
503.
capital outlay?
Excuse me?
The capital outlay?
Well, I'm
budget?
looking at the total, but then we can look back, and I see that the capital outlay was a big jump there, yeah.
You guys go ahead.
Mayor and Council, on the IT budget, in 13, I believe that's when we started funding some of your capital needs.
That's correct.
Through the reserve fund. And so now you're seeing some of those capital items, which are one-time, but we did it again in 14, and there was some subs in 14. So you're seeing that continual increase.
And you're doing some of that in 15, too.
As well,
but
yes.
Not nearly as much.
Right. Now it's a little more consistent. Some of the things fell off, and then we have the new ones.
Okay. And then, kind of looking back, I noticed that you did some restructuring in 12, right, as I remember. But was that just more just changing the names, or did you really accomplish something beyond that?
Well, as I referred to, Vice Mayor Ames, at the beginning of the presentation, I referred to the special systems section. That was actually one part of our restructuring. A second one was that we repositioned one of our existing personnel up to a manager position, who would cover a big gap for us in the applications and GIS area. And those have paid great dividends for us in the last few months since we did the restructuring. I'm very pleased with what we did with that.
But you just dropped the category IT development services and made it
That's
all
correct.
IT operations.
That's correct.
Okay.
Those were
They
originally
moved it
collapsed several years ago during the downturn.
Even earlier, but it's implemented in 12. Okay, good. I think those are the questions that I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. The next area is economic development services. And of course, economic development's the council's top priorities, and you get presentations on economic development projects fairly frequently from Scott. Of course, in that department is also some of our primary permit processing work of the city as well, and we're seeing an increase, as council's aware, in permit processing again as the economy is improving, and so Scott will touch on these things. Scott.
Great, thank you, Carl. Mayor, City Council. I'm here to present the 2015 proposed budget for the Economic Development Services Department. And what I thought I might do, as I point the clicker in the right direction, is start with our capital improvement program budget. So there's two things I'm going to speak to today. One is the economic development projects as contained in the capital improvement program, CIP, as well as the operational budget. So starting with the CIP projects, reflecting back to the September economic development workshop with council, there were some priorities that were established in terms of funding for 2015. One of those included funding years 4 and 5 of BioInspire, the medical device incubator. So the CIP project shows funding for BioInspire for both year 4 and 5 fiscal years 15 and 16 respectively. So that has been accomplished. One of the other objectives or priorities stemming from that conversation was funding for the P83 streetscape projects. And so the CIP also has funding stipulated for those phases, so that has been accomplished. So what we see is the streetscape project covered, BioInspire covered for years 4 and 5, as well as funding for the PSP project, or the Avenue Shops at P83, that council just approved a development agreement on March 4th. So those are the main CIP projects that were funded, reflecting the priorities as established at the September ED workshop. There are other economic development projects that we're working on, and at the point in time where they're vetted and articulated and ready for council consideration, we'll bring them forward at that time, but they're just too early stage right now.
Question? Go ahead.
Yeah, now the P83, we're not spending that next year, the year after mostly?
Are you talking about
It's
the
just allocated, you mean?
Yeah, are you referring to the PSP project or the streetscape project?
I'm referring to the Mike Oliver.
Yes. That money has been earmarked and set aside. He has 1 year to perform on his performance stipulations. If he does, then we'll be probably this time next year looking at moving forward with the financing of the garages.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I realize we're doing some signage and things now in the district there. The
Correct.
restaurant
In the
P83, right.
the P83 streetscape project is going to be included in Andy's review of the CIP program. One of the things that also is in the operating budget, but it's related to BioInspire, is the annual lease payment that the city makes to the plaza companies. You may recall we're leasing space from the plaza companies, and that is in the the operating budget non-departmental section for $167,000. So we covered the lease, we covered the operations for years 4 and 5. Looking now at the operating budget, the Economic Development Services Department is comprised of 4 functional areas. EDS admin, that's oversight of the economic development implementation strategy, implementation, budget, as well as just oversight of overall projects, programs, and customer service for the department. In terms of functional areas, we also have the Business and Real Estate Development Division. That division carries out the traditional economic development role for the city. So that's business attraction, business retention, real estate development, redevelopment, workforce development. We also have the building development section or division. That section deals with the building plan review, permitting and inspection function. Site development deals with the civil engineering, plan review, permitting and inspection process. The business and real estate development section is funded predominantly through the half-cent sales tax, building and site development through the general fund. In terms of the business and real estate development division, some of the things that we think are important for 2015 is a heightened attention to item number 1, which is to implement strategies that attract targeted industries. So those are efforts through marketing, promotion, sponsorship, trade shows, targeted GPEC sales missions to create a pipeline of interest of targeted industries to come into Peoria. Now, there's two sides to the equation. One is pipeline and one is product. So we can attract the businesses and create the product and the ground to house them. So we're looking at enhanced strategies towards business attraction for targeted industries. We're also looking at programs and projects to help existing businesses grow and expand in Peoria. It's always important to focus on what you have as well. So business retention is important, and helping existing businesses is important. Facilitate development opportunities in targeted investment zones. This is the product side of the equation. Pipeline and product. This is actually creating the build-to-suit opportunities for that market that's emerging, like we're working on up in the Estancia Commercial Core, opportunities within the Loop 101 corridor, and potentially in Old Town to actually house the targeted industries that we're looking to attract. And of course, to develop Peoria's workforce. Workforce development is very important. It's usually top 3 of site selector criteria for going into a market is labor quality and readiness and skill levels. So those are the things that we'll be focused on, as well as some other areas for EDIS implementation. As part of that, in terms of new budget additions, they include the following. For the current time, the department has 1/2 of a management analyst position. So we're looking to add an additional 0.5 to get a full-time, 1 position, management analyst position. In terms of the pipeline that I talked about, community promotions, marketing, advertising, sponsorships, there's several components to that. One is overnight travel. That is us going to and being a part of targeted sales missions with GPEC to key markets where targeted industries are known to be and where it makes sense for us to spend some resources to try and attract them. Also, it includes community promotions and events. So, for example, whether it's AZ Bio or Cal Bio or the National Business Incubation Association or the Canada-Arizona Business Council, what are opportunities to sponsor, to promote, and to cross-promote, and to co-market so that we can get our word out, get our message out, and be visible in the areas where targeted industries are known to be. Also, we have $245,000 identified one time for EDIS initiatives. So what do I mean by that? There are several consulting services that we've used in the past. They're used as needed, and they include a university recruiter. That's been helpful in terms of discussions with Trine University, with Huntington University, with College of St. Scholastica at the time, and others. Public relations firm. As I mentioned, it's important for us to have those marketing community promotion activities for the pipeline. We use on advertising, a consultant that we use as needed to help supplement some of the services we receive from the Office of Communication so that we can reach certain regional, national, and international markets. Foreign trade zone consultant. With the positive experience that Maxwell Technologies has had with foreign trade zone and the benefit it brings to them, we want to use that as a tool for business attraction. And so if another prospect comes in and needs our assistance to get a foreign trade zone designation, we want to have consultant services to make that happen. As we have various real estate development and other projects, we need financial analysis, like with Elliott Pollock or Ernst & Young or CB Richard Ellis, to help us understand if we're structuring it properly, if the market is the right market and the right approach. As we look for strategic land assembly opportunities, having some funding available for appraisals and essentially concept development to kind of move a project forward past concept. These are all as needed, one-time consulting allocations to tap as needed as projects appear and progress.
While you're on that slide, I notice you have carryover for a lot of these. Looking at the foreign trade zone consultant, I'm on page 257. You got 35,000 carryover. You're going to use that plus 50,000 one time?
The carryover for the foreign trade zone, that is with an existing consultant that is finishing work on the Maxwell Technologies foreign trade zone designation. So once we anticipate that some of that work and the associated billing will lapse into the new fiscal year. So that is just to close out that contract. This 50,000.
So that's already contracted, and
correct.
It's just
finishing up the work.
It's slipping into the next year or so.
Correct.
Okay. What about the others there?
Yes, let's see here. You have the carryover, please.
You have this chart.
Okay, so EDIS Part 2. We started the process of developing a scope of work for the EDIS Part 2. This is the follow-up. Calendar year 2011 was the beginning of the EDIS because it was adopted by Council in December of 2010. So we know that initial 5-year work program is going to be coming to an end. And so we know that we need to have a EDIS Part 2 to evaluate the next 5-year term in terms of a work plan. What do we need to be focused on now, and all those other kind of things.
But you have a carryover of 100,000 EDIS.
Right. The reason why we had to hold that effort in abeyance was the loss of the ED manager position. The ED manager position was lost in October, and we're in the recruitment process. But with all of the projects and programs and efforts that are going on, we didn't have the capacity to efficiently and effectively run a EDIS process, and so we had to hold that in abeyance, and so that's why we're carrying over the funds. That's an effort we'll take on in 2015.
Okay. The slide we're looking at has EDIS initiatives, 245,000. Do the ones below that add up to that? They seem to add up less than that, right?
What happened, what we're referring to on the carryover request is last year we
I'm looking at the actual one you have here right now.
Yeah, that's $245,000. That is the sum of items 1 through 5 in terms of as-needed one-time consultant services for EDIS initiatives in 2015.
Okay.
The carryover for EDIS Part 2, last fiscal year we requested and received funding to do the EDIS Part 2 process. All right, so we started the scope of work. In October, we lost the manager position. We had to hold that body of work in abeyance.
When you say you lost it, a person left, is that?
Yes. There was a departure from the department.
Okay.
So, right, the individual departed from the
She wasn't on an airplane somewhere.
No, so that's a work program that we're going to carry over into 15. because we want to have as thorough and as vetted a process with the second EDIS that we did with the first.
Okay. So you're reconciling these carryovers are really committed, is what you're saying?
Yes.
And they're just, things are taking a little longer than you estimated originally, right? By
Just
some
because
months.
of the loss of that one key person.
That affected the others
Yes.
as well? Okay,
Yeah.
good. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. The other side of the house, so to speak, in terms of development services, we're happy that we have 2 of the 4 pilot programs for enhanced customer service operational. We're operational with the self-certification program. We actually have our first applicants in process, and we think, in fact, I believe permits have already been issued, and so we're in the process now of doing the audit. So we have one that's gone through the process and is in the process of being audited under the self-certification pilot program.
And that's a TI, right?
Tenant improvement, yes. We also have the over-the-counter plan review customer enhancement process underway. We're looking for the balance of the 2, being electronic document review and online permitting for fall of 14. So at that point, then we'll have them all operational. So we're excited about that.
Question, Mr. Rivera?
Mr. White, for the self-certification pilot program, what are we doing to market the program and reaching out to different organizations to use this program?
Well, we have it posted on the website. We've done e-blasts, which is a form of electronic marketing, and we've mentioned it also in our development forums, which is a forum where we bring together architects, engineers, contractors, subs, and talk about new tools, issues associated with development.
Do you think there's more we could do, or is that about as much as we can do in regards to marketing this program?
I think we can increase the frequency, but we get pretty good reach in terms of the e-blast. Okay. We can look at, we also had press releases that were issued through the Office of Communication, and yeah, we can continue those efforts, double them if needed. But those are the main avenues that we've been trying to market the programs.
Thank you.
Yeah, on that point, I think you must have the list of those who have been certified by Phoenix, right? So that should be those are leads, right, for us?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. Okay. Looking at the building and site development divisions, their service outcomes, continue great customer service, solve problems in the field, get plans out as soon as possible, get permits issued, and inspections done. One of the challenge areas for us for 15 will be rollover inspections. We're going to monitor that and keep a finger on the pulse, as we have for the past 2 years. And if we feel that there's a trend there that equals what we anticipate, then we'll at that time be in discussions with the city manager's office and bring a recommendation forward for the council. But other than that, we see pretty smooth sailing for 15, and we're just going to manage and monitor that area of concern in terms of rollover inspections. In terms of new budget additions, we are looking at converting a contract building inspector into a FTE building inspector. The reason for that is that it costs less money and you get more consistency of service. So that's a conversion from contract to FTE. We're looking at the addition of a development system supervisor. This is someone that can manage, oversee, expand, if warranted, the 4 customer service enhancement programs. If there are additional customer service enhancement programs in the future, they can manage and administer those, as well as oversee, manage, and administer the city's permitting software system, and manage counter staff to make sure that we're have as much counter presence and as much counter customer service as possible.
Yes, I notice on these new positions, you have one-time cost and then ongoing cost, and for a couple of those, that one-time is significant. What's the one-time? Is that
Yes, so for example, with the building inspector position, that would include the cost associated with a vehicle for that position because they're out in the field inspecting, so they're going to need a vehicle to be able to do that.
That's not the personnel cost then?
It's not the personnel cost, and it would include like computers, a tough book for them to have out in the field to do the work that they need to do. So the one-time cost really, workstation, those types of things, that's why they're one-time.
Because you buy them once and then in 20 years you get it.
Right. When they need to be replaced, we replace them, yes. But for the development system supervisor, those one-time dollars are really related to just creating a workstation and ensuring that they have all the phones and computers and items that they need in order to do their job.
That helps me understand that. The management analyst, is that on the list here? It's on 255.
The .5 half position of the management analyst, yeah, that is associated with the Business Real Estate Development Division. Right now, we currently have .5, one half of a position. So this is to add .5 to make it a 1 FTE management analyst position.
Okay, that's not on this list of 3 here then? Is it? Or am
It's
I-
in a prior slide.
Prior.
It's under the, I'll show you.
Okay.
It's in the economic development. It's item number 1.
Okay. So there are actually 4 total positions here then we're looking at. The 3 that we just looked at in that, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the third one is a development technician 1. This is so we can continue the site development over-the-counter assistance in terms of customer service enhancement. Yes, that's a continuation.
Just as a point of clarification for you, Councilmember Ames, for the Economic Development Services Department, that last one there, the development technician, is a one-time, so that's not considered part of our new FTEs for the department because it's going to be funded as a
I don't see
one-time.
it on the blue.
Right,
Okay.
exactly.
So one time, and how does that work with that person?
Well, I mean, what we're going to do is we're going to,
Offer a one-year job, is it basically?
well, if it needs to, we're going to go into 15 with this as the staffing plan. If there needs to be adjustments, modifications, because of the conditions in the field or conditions at the counter, then we'll respond accordingly. We want to take a measured approach, so we're not getting into long-term situations that have a negative impact on the general fund.
So you may not even fill one of them if that's the situation.
Yes, we're going to monitor the trends in the field.
Good, thank you.
And just again, clarification, this is a continuation of an existing contract position that we have in the current fiscal year budget. So they are currently using one-time money to fund a position that's doing this work now. They want to extend that. And this is an example of some of those items where, due to the resources that we had and had to work within, we are taking a measured approach, as Scott had said. Some things we are funding as one time. This is an area where development activity, we're still sort of trying to figure out where we're going to land. So this is kind of an approach to deal with that on a one-time basis for now, with the ability to come back to council if we find that the activity is really necessitating a full-time position.
Okay, I can work with a little loose tab there. Thank you.
That's it.
Other questions?
Any other questions you may have? Great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Next up is Andy Granger, our city engineer, and he will present his budget for the engineering department, but also go into the overview of our capital improvement program. Of course, the CIP is one of the major elements of the budget with respect to our ability to provide the necessary infrastructure for the existing city and also for the growing portions of our city. And Andy will present each of the different program elements within the CIP as well. So, Andy.
Thanks, Carl. Members of the council, pleasure to be here. First thing I want to do is go over the department overview. We've got 5 divisions within the engineering department. All of them pursue our goal of managing our capital program. We've got the administrative department division, which supports all of our other divisions that are our operating divisions. Our engineering services division manages all of our capital projects within the right-of-way, our streets projects, our drainage projects. Our architectural services division manages all of our capital projects outside of the right-of-way, our parks projects, our new fire stations, new police stations, library facilities, and the such. Our inspection services division inspects all of our construction within the right-of-way, whether it be private development or our capital projects. Any new drainage projects that are going in, or roadway projects associated with the capital project, or a private development project that we are going to take over and operate and maintain in our public works department. We make sure to inspect those to our standards. And lastly, our traffic engineering division manages our traffic management center, our traffic signals, conducts traffic studies, as well as reviews traffic studies from the private development community also. Our main council goal that we address as a department is to address total planning and infrastructure, and that's kind of intuitive as far as the capital program is concerned. Our service outcomes, we deliver capital projects in a timely manner and within budget as much as possible, and it was one of our performance measurements. And we also provide timely service to the private development community for permit inspection, as we talked about with our inspection services division. And you can see one of our, how do we do that? We do that by implementing interdepartmental surveys within the city, because there's other service department or other departments within the city that are our customers, as well as our citizens. And then we do citizen surveys as part of the overall citizen survey that we conducted last year to make sure that we are performing the types of services that we can at the highest manner that we can. And as you can see, 73% of the Peoria citizens rate car travel in the city as good or excellent, which is an increase from the 2010 citizen survey, where it was 59%. And just of note that the 73% rating was ranked third of 27 similar cities that had a population between 100,000 and 200,000. So pretty good. Some of our budget objectives for this year are to maintain our current service levels, and that's been difficult in some aspects over the last year just because of the development activity that's gone on over the past year, and Scott kind of alluded to that during his presentation. We've had an over 35% increase in permit activity in fiscal year 13, and we're projecting the same type of growth in fiscal year 14. So how does that impact us? It's more on the inspection services group that inspects the private development within the right-of-way. So we're requesting 2 supplementals, a contract inspector for a one-time salary of $76,737 that has a revenue offset with it, as well as inspections overtime to increase our budget by $20,000 because we are seeing an increase in overtime inspections requests from our inspections group, and that also has a revenue offset. We charge for those overtime inspections, so there's a direct offset based on those charges. So those are the 2 supplemental requests for the engineering department. And with that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Questions? James?
Yeah, I like the efficiency you are achieving here from year to year. And I like the way you're handling some of that overload with that one-time possible expenditure. Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you.
Great. Okay. Next, we're going to move on to our capital program, our fiscal year 15 through 2024 capital program update. As we have done in the past, we've organized our CIP presentation to start with a very brief budget overview of our funding sources and our overall total capital funding program. Then we'll go on to accomplishments that we've achieved on some significant projects in the last fiscal year. We'll then go on to discuss projects that are under construction, projects that are under design, some significant projects that are going to start in fiscal year 15, and lastly, as we usually do, give a community works update for our capital program. And at the end, if there isn't any additional questions, obviously there will be time for questions, comments. So briefly, the pie chart in front of you shows all of the different funding sources that encompass our capital program. As you can see, there's many different funding sources, but primarily the bonding, GEO bonds, impact fees, and the enterprise funds encompass over 50% of our capital program. And so that's why it was important over the past 6 months when we developed our impact fee program based on new legislation that we took extra time to do that, and Katie did a great job at that. But that's one of the reasons the main focus is that it encompasses a third of our overall capital program funding. Our 10-year CIP chart, we show over the last 10 years how we've trended from fiscal year 2004 to 2008. Obviously, were the good years where we really increased our capital budget and were able to include a lot of projects into our capital program. Then we had our recession up through 2012 with land valuations going down and our revenues decreasing. But you can see a trend now from fiscal year 12 to fiscal year 15 where we're starting to increase our capital program, where we're able to include some additional projects. We anticipate that this trend will continue based on land valuations growing and sales tax revenue growing at a consistent pace. Now to celebrate some of our accomplishments over the past year. We've got 3 major projects that we completed over the past year. Number 1, our Pioneer Community Park. We opened last September in time for the Fiesta Peoria event. It's an 80-acre master plan park at 83rd and Olive. As everyone knows, it includes 6 lighted ball fields, 4 soccer fields, a 5-acre fishing lake, and a dog park. And the entire park, as you know, is irrigated by reclaimed water from the adjacent Butler Reclamation Facility. We've since closed this project out. It took some time after we opened that project to close it out, but we were happy to report that we achieved savings of over $1 million on this project from primarily our contractor contingency. So at the end, we go and audit what the contractor had spent on the project, and they've got a contingency that they start with at the beginning of the project. And we were able to achieve over $1 million savings that we could put back in our fund balance for our parks projects. I say that now because there's a parks project that I'm going to talk about that's going to need some additional funding as we go further in the presentation. Our Agua Fria Truck Road Reliever project isn't quite completed. We've got some pavement issues that we're going to address over the next couple of weeks, but we do anticipate opening up this project in mid-April for truck traffic, as I'm sure everybody in that area is happy to hear. It's anticipated to reduce the truck traffic along Beardsley Road by approximately 50%, the truck volumes. The alignment is from 112th and Rose Garden up to 107th and Pinnacle Peak. And this project also had favorable bid results. It was a low bid contract. We had turned back at the original bid approximately $2 million from our $10 million project budget because of the favorable low bids, as well as some of the lands that we were able to acquire at a cheaper price than we had originally anticipated. But in addition to that, we really did have a favorable contractor on the project, and we're anticipating another $700,000 return to the budget when we close out this project. And lastly, our sports complex clubhouse improvements projects. As everybody knows, it's been well publicized over the last month with spring training going on. Our Padres and Mariners facilities have been completed, providing them with an additional 20,000 square feet approximately to each clubhouse, and new state-of-the-art facilities that rival, I think, anybody else in the valley. They're now 60,000 square foot facilities with all of the amenities that you could find anywhere else in any other spring training facilities. This project also done on schedule and within budget, within our $31 million budget between the 2 clubhouses. An additional factor is we're also going for at least LEED Silver certification. We're pretty confident that on the Mariners facility, because of the solar panels that we're going to be adding to the facility, that we should be able to get LEED Gold certification, at least on that building, and maybe potentially on the Padres building too. Next are projects that are either under construction or will be under construction by the end of the fiscal year 2014. We have our Skunk Creek Trailhead project at 83rd Avenue, our Camino Lago Neighborhood Park, our 91st Avenue street improvements from Butler to Mountain View, our Lake Pleasant Parkway project, and also our Vistantia Commercial Core project. And we've got slides for each of these projects that we'll show right now. Our Skunk Creek Trailhead project at 83rd Avenue is at the southeast corner of 83rd and Skunk Creek Wash. It's going to provide amenities such as parking for 4 to 6 horse trailers, equestrian amenities, water fountains and lighted trails, as well as lighting underneath the bridges at 83rd Avenue and Loop 101. And it is going to include required handrail that the flood control district is requiring us to install from 75th to 83rd Avenue along the trail. This was unanticipated and is an additional cost, as well as the added scope of the underlighting at 83rd Avenue and Loop 101.
That's a 200,000, that request for additional handrails?
Yes, so we've developed a guaranteed maximum price from our contractor, and that is about $200,000 over our original budget. So we will be coming to council on April 22nd for a request for council to award that contract with an additional $200,000.
At one point you were looking, it was going to be a lot more according to the county, right? But you came up with a solution?
We've come up with a solution. We're still working with the Flood Control District to get them on board with what we're proposing for a handrail requirement. But we think that we can do that within this budget.
It'll be safe down there then?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
And our goal for completion of construction for this project is the fall of 2014. And you can see our existing project budget totals $1.8 million. So with that additional $200,000, the total budget would be $2 million. We think we can find that $200,000, especially with some of those project savings that we get back from the Truck Road Reliever project, especially that was primarily GEO bond funded. Our Camino Al Lago neighborhood park has a long history associated with it. It was originally proposed to be developed with the Sunrise Mountain Library project. Some of the site amenities were developed with that project. It's a 6.8 acre neighborhood park just north of Sunrise Mountain Library and south of the new Sunset Heights Elementary School. It's going to include sport courts, ramadas, a restroom, a butterfly garden and water misting feature that is unique to this park, as well as an expanded parking lot to help with the parking for the lighted ball fields that are going to be going in as part of the elementary school. The GMP, we have developed a GMP. Unfortunately, on this project, because of some of the site conditions, there's a very hard dig condition that we found out about when they were constructing the elementary school. You can't get a backhoe to dig any deeper than 4 feet into that soil. It's got a lot of caliche in it. Because of that, that's a significant expense that we're going to have to borrow material in, as well as topsoil and sod for that park, which for that portion of it is approximately an additional $400,000 expense. And we also have the sport courts, which we had originally anticipated with the elementary school would be shared amenities. Then unfortunately, because of the site development of the elementary school, we're going to have to develop our own sport courts on our own site. So because of that and the expansion of the parking lot, which wasn't originally anticipated, we anticipate approximately a $1.25 million increase in this park.
Mr. Hanks?
Yes, on that butterfly garden, is that a screened-in area? Or?
The butterfly garden is more of a passive space. It's got hardscape and it's got landscaping and flowers.
But it's an open area?
And vegetation. It's open, but it's conducive for butterfly habitat.
It attracts butterflies?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We actually have a butterfly garden at our Pioneer Park and our Palo Verde Park also. So you will see this on the April 1st agenda for council approval with that budget amendment. And as I said, the anticipated savings that we got on Pioneer Park, as well as the settlement that we had on Scotland Yard Park for approximately $240,000 with our contractor and our bonding company, will help fund this. So the budget increase will not impact any other projects within our capital program. Our 91st Avenue and Street and Drainage Improvements project from Butler to Mountain View is currently underway. We started construction earlier this month. This project is called the Scallop Streets Project. There's a lot of adjacent half-street improvements that typically we would wait for development to occur to improve those streets. In this area, we feel that it's appropriate for the city to go forward and improve the streets in these areas to provide 2 lanes in each direction, raised landscape medians, bike lanes, sidewalks, and drainage improvements along with this project to help improve the traffic flow along this area. As I said, the construction has started and is anticipated to be complete by the end of the calendar year, and our project budget for this is $7.1 million, and we do anticipate staying within budget on this project. Our Lake Pleasant Parkway project is well underway and almost complete. This project provides 2 lanes in each direction, along with bike lanes, a raised landscape median, from West Wing Parkway all the way up to Loop 303. Including, I think I said, a signal at West Wing Parkway, and it includes all the water and sewer lines to accommodate development in this area adjacent to Lake Pleasant Parkway. The construction started last year and is anticipated to be completed by the summer of this summer. And we have a projected savings on this project of $2.4 million. Utilizing a design-build-delivery method, we were able to get a very qualified contractor. We shortlisted 3 very qualified contractors that had a design team associated with them, and they all were forced to competitively bid this project, and we really got what you would consider a low-bid project from a quality contractor. And so we're going to get a quality product at a very competitive price on this project. As Scott alluded to, one of our economic development projects is the Vistantia Commercial Core Infrastructure, which is really the El Mirage Road improvements from Vistantia Boulevard up to Lone Mountain Parkway. It includes the construction of a roadway with 2 lanes, 1 lane in each direction, bike lanes, and a raised landscape median along El Mirage, the drainage, water, sewer, and reclaimed utility improvements along that area. This is based on a development agreement with Vistantia LLC that encourages development within that area. If it doesn't occur, we would get repaid our $6.7 million in a certain time frame, as Scott had brought forward in a previous council meeting. The project will be led by Vistantia LLC. The bid opening is in early April of this year, and we can expect construction to start in May and go through December of 2014 to open up this area. And our obligation on this project is $6.7 million. Some of the projects that we either currently have under design or we will start before the end of the fiscal year is some of our parks, trails, and facility projects, including 99th Ave and Olive Trailhead, our New River Trail from Northern to Olive, our Pinnacle Peak Public Safety Improvements expansion, our Sports Complex Stadium improvements, which is the Phase 2 improvements out at the Sports Complex. From a streets perspective, we have 103rd Ave West Half Street improvements from Northern to Olive, our 75th in Cactus and our 75th and Peoria intersection improvements projects, our Deer Valley Road improvements project from 109th to Lake Pleasant Parkway, and our P83 improvements. And so we'll have a slide on each of these. Our 99th Ave and Olive Avenue Trailhead project, we are currently working to utilize a JOC, a job order contractor, on this project. We are just getting started with scoping out the project. It is the yellow area on the slide, on the picture on the slide, on the map on the slide there, is where it is west of the New River and east of the future 99th Avenue alignment. It's a new trailhead for the New River Trail, and it'll include parking, shaded rest areas, a chilled drinking fountain, trash recycling, and pet waste receptacles, similar to what you'd have at a typical trailhead. And it'll be designed for both pedestrian and equestrian users who we think we will have some equestrian users at this trailhead. And the project budget is $1.5 million and we'll start this year. We also show the future park location that is currently private lands that we'll have to acquire as part of our future Olive Avenue Park that will be to the east of the New River in this same location. Our New River Trail project from Northern to Olive will connect the rest of our trail system to Glendale's trail system. This is the last segment that hasn't been built. It's grant funded through ADOT and the Flood Control District. It'll include a paved asphalt path with guardrails and landscaping similar to the rest of our trail system. And again, it completes the southern leg of the New River Trail so that we'll have connectivity to the Glendale system as well as contiguous connectivity all the way up to Williams Road.
When is that going to be done?
We're still working through the core permitting process. We're at 95% design plans, so as soon as we get core permits approved, we'll go forward and advertise for bids.
I
for this project.
How about Glendale? Did you get permission from them to Glendale, or are they going to do their own?
Glendale's going to construct their own trail. They're a little farther behind us, but as soon as they construct their trail, it'll tie into our trail and
Because a lot of people
go further
ask me
south.
when it's going to get done, and then if it's going to continue to Glendale. And I said, yeah, but it says Glendale's the one that's going to do it, not
Yes,
us.
yes. We will stop at our jurisdictional line. But we were awarded $2.1 million in federal funds for this project, so our total local cost is $516,000 on this project. Our Pinnacle Peak Public Safety Building Expansion Project will expand the police facilities at the Pinnacle Peak facility, where they currently are running out of space, and especially with the growth in North Peoria, we need to start looking at additional office area for our police department at this facility. So we've done an initial study with our consultant, and our proposal is to acquire a parcel of land to the north of this facility that's an approximate 5 to 6 acre parcel, and build the initial 15,000 square foot of a building that can be expandable to 30,000 square feet within the next 5 to 10 years, or when growth requires us to expand the facility. So that's the funding that we have available is for that initial 15,000 square foot facility, as well as the land acquisition. So we anticipate the design and land acquisition in fiscal year 15 and construction in fiscal year 16 for this project, for a total budget of $11.1 million.
Ms. Carlin?
Andy, are you looking at the expansion to be a second story, or is this all going to be one floor?
No, I think we
For the total
anticipate having
30,000.
2 stories for this building.
Two stories?
But we haven't gone into the real details on the project yet, but we anticipate it being 2 stories.
Okay. Well, you're talking about a multi-phase, so I'm just wondering if so you don't have your first phase planned yet?
No, well, all we've done is a study. We looked, when we did the study, we conducted the study, we looked at should we expand to an area that's further north within Peoria? Should we stay on the existing site? The northeast corner of our existing site was not conducive for a permanent facility. We could add a temporary facility there that would be more in the 10 to 12,000 square foot range as far as square footage. We think this is a more viable option to expand and acquire the parcel to the north.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks.
Any other questions? We're currently in the process of designing our Phase 2 stadium improvements at the sports complex. Some of the different types of improvements that we're looking at is expanded seating with shade provisions, both out in the berm areas, as well as down the third base line, removing the bleachers potentially and expanding the third base bowl seating. A new souvenir store and potentially an additional souvenir store at the Padres entrance out in the outfield. And front facade improvements that includes painting of the facility and a refresh of the entire facility. The construction will begin after this spring training and after our 4th of July event is where most of the major construction activities will start, starting in July, with a goal of completion in January of 2015 for spring training.
It's going to be real easy.
It's going to be tight. But we're used to that with the clubhouse improvements. We had the same type of time constraints on the clubhouse improvements. Our project budget there is a total of $7.2 million, but we do have an additional $1.85 million from our concessionaires contract. That you will see a council item on your next at your next council meeting to give us the authority to go and we've already got the authority to budget for that within this project, but we don't have the authority to revise our job order contracts with that funding. So that will be what will come to you on consent on April 1st. Our 103rd Avenue West Half Street Improvements Project will improve the West Half Street on 103rd Avenue from Northern to Olive. This pavement is in a poor condition. It can't be maintained with your typical mill and overlay or repair. It has to be completely redone. So we're in the process of doing that. One complication with the project is the adjacent old Glendale landfill. There is some remnants of waste within 103rd Ave that we'll have to clean up. Fortunately, we've done some of the geotech testing, and it's not as severe as we thought it potentially could be. It should be a fairly straightforward cleanup process before we go forward with construction on this project.
Any idea when that's going to be done or started?
We're currently in the preliminary engineering phase of the project. We still have some right-of-way acquisition to complete, as well as the piece from Glendale that we have to acquire. We've come to agreement with them. It's just how we agree to transfer that right-of-way over to us has not been completely finalized
Did you get that
yet.
piece from Glendale?
That's what we're still working on with
Now,
Glendale.
how about the landfill? Is that going to be a problem with the street?
The landfill won't be the problem, but because we're going to we plan as part of our scope to build a wrought iron fence along the city of Glendale, the old Glendale landfill, and along the north boundary, so that prevents trespassing across the landfill. And the only problem is cleaning up the waste, but that's straightforward.
So you're going to put a wrought iron fence there?
Yes, that's the
And a
proposal.
sidewalk?
And we will have sidewalk on.
And landscape.
Yeah. Yep. We're going through the scoping phase right now. We'll have some public meetings to get public input on what type of improvements we should look for. Do we want to raise landscape median along the alignment, or do we want two-way left turn lanes along that alignment? We'll look for the public to provide some input on that.
Where are you going to have the meetings at?
We haven't gotten that far along as far as where we can conduct them, but we can coordinate with you.
Yeah, let me know, because we can get one of the home association has a clubhouse. Probably use that.
Sure. Our 75th Ave and Cactus Road intersection project includes improvements and widening of 75th and Cactus. It's 2 through lanes in each direction. We don't anticipate widening the through lanes at the intersection, but we do anticipate adding dual left turn lanes and dedicated right lanes on most of the legs of the intersection, as well as installing a storm drain or water line throughout the improvements so that we don't have to go back later and dig up the intersection if needed. There's a lot of that we obtained HSIP with the Highway Safety Improvement Program federal funds for this project in the amount of $5.4 million. So our local fund match on this project is $3.3 million for a total of $8.7 million.
Are we looking at doing those flashing yellow left?
We will, flashing yellows are typically not done when you have dual left turn lanes, but we can look at what we can build, similar to what we did at 75th Avenue and Thunderbird. We can look at the traffic volumes and see if your dual lefts are warranted at this time, or if we can stripe it so that we can just have a single left and utilize the flashing yellows. And in the future, when traffic volumes grow, then we would remove the flashing yellows and put in dual lefts. Right now, we're in the early stages. We've just hired ADOT has just hired our design consultant for this project, as well as 75th and Peoria, and they're currently in scoping phase. So we don't anticipate construction on this project or utility relocations for probably another 2 years.
2 years?
Yeah. ADOT's slow.
What does ADOT stand for? Armadillo, dawdling down.
A similar companion project is our 75th Ave and Peoria Avenue intersection project. Again, very similar with additional turn lanes in each direction, bike lanes. And we acquired and were very lucky to get federal funds on this project also in the amount of $5.9 million, so that our local fund match is only $1.6 million for a total project budget of $7.5 million. Again, this project's led by ADOT. It's got the same design consultant, which is a benefit in some ways as far as being able to coordinate on both the intersection projects at the same time.
Okay, you say it's going to take several years, but you're budgeting it all in this year?
Part of the requirement in the IJ is that we have our funds up front so that we can we advance our funds to ADOT so that they've got them under their control as part of the project. If there is any savings, if we do get additional federal funds, which we will look to, if there's any other type of closeout opportunities that we see over the next couple of years, that's one of the benefits of potentially waiting is if there's a closeout funds that can be utilized and we can meet the schedule requirements for those federal funds, then we potentially might be able to reduce our city funds even further.
But you're looking at basically 3 years before it's finished here?
Yes.
Both of these, Peoria and
Yes.
Cactus.
Now, they won't be under construction for 3 years.
No,
That's
no,
the-
I
that's the
understand
beauty.
that.
So
I just
it'll
need
just
to-
be delayed as far as when the improvements.
I just
will
need
be
to
done.
get prepared for citizen.
Ms. Carla?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify something. Andy just said that we were lucky to get federal funds, and I would just like to say that it's not luck at all. This is because,
Fortunate.
yes, you go to those MAG meetings and you check for funding that is available not only from the federal government, but from other cities who were supposed to get it and can't utilize it, and we can get that for the city of Peoria. And you are always on the watch for those kinds of things, and I really appreciate that. And so I just want our citizens to realize it's not luck that we get this money. It is skill and diligence.
Thank
And
you.
I thank you for it.
Yeah, and
Thank you.
I guess
Thank
I'd like
you,
to mention on.
Councilmember Carla, for mentioning that, and you're exactly right. Thanks.
I would like to mention on this, sometimes with the allocation of federal funds, it's based on population, and it's just spread across based on percentages of population. In this case, that was not the case, and there were a lot of other municipalities questioning, how did they get all those funds, and where were we? So in this case, we did do our due diligence to get these funds. Thank you. Our Deer Valley Improvements Project from 109th Avenue to Lake Pleasant Parkway is a response to Maricopa County Department of Transportation project from Deer Valley Road from 109th Avenue to 117th Avenue. It's a proposed street improvement dry crossing across the Agua Fria River. That this project addresses the traffic volumes that we will see, the increase in traffic volumes once that project is completed. So the project, the scope for this project includes a traffic signal at 107th Avenue that is warranted even regardless of the crossing, raised landscape medians to help hopefully reduce or maintain the existing speed limits out there, improvements to the landscape basin in the area, and as well as raising the privacy walls one course of block to help mitigate some of the noise from the increase in traffic volumes that are expected. The design is currently underway and anticipated to be complete by the end of the year, with construction in January of 2015 to August of 2015 for the first phase. We've decided to break this project out into 2 phases, and the primary reason for that is McDOT has delayed their project based on the difficulties of land acquisition with state land. But we want to do the improvements that we think are necessary and need to be done now with the improvements that we think are addressing the traffic volume increases in the future. So that's how we're going to do it, with a total project budget of $3.8 million. But we have additional slides to show some of how we're going to do these improvements. So in fiscal year 15, we would come in and install new raised landscape medians along Deer Valley, including and the signal and drainage improvements at 107th Avenue that are needed regardless of the street or the McDOT project. In fiscal year 16, we'll monitor the progress of the McDOT project, and if we still see it going forward, then we would potentially look to acquire right-of-way for a future roundabout at 109th Avenue that we think would help to slow down the traffic coming across the Deer Valley, the McDOT project and the Deer Valley Agua Fria crossing. And then in fiscal year 17 is when we would construct an entry monument so that we can signify, as we're doing in other areas of the city, that when you're entering the city of Peoria, as well as constructing the roundabout and raising the existing walls adjacent to Deer Valley by 1 course. And then right now, the existing schedule or the proposed schedule for the McDOT Deer Valley crossing is construction from June 2016 to June 2017. So we do expect all of our improvements to be done in time for the opening of that project and those anticipated traffic volumes. Our P83 Entertainment District Improvement Project provides streetscape improvements from 83rd Avenue from Skunk Creek all the way up to Bell Road to help provide an improved identity for the P83 district. We've funded the Phase 1 under the last capital program, and Phase 2 has been funded in our proposed capital program also. So Phase 1, we have decided to take a little bit of a different approach, and we talked about this at our council workshop in the fall, that we're proposing to install wayfinding signage for vehicular traffic as well as pedestrians along 83rd Avenue, improving the landscape medians along 83rd Avenue with date palms and more of a tropical landscape theme, as determined by our public meetings and our design concept report, and install a pedestrian Z crossing just south of Stadium Way that will improve the connectivity for pedestrians and from the west side of 83rd Avenue to the east side of 83rd Avenue. It also includes a right turn lane, a dedicated right turn lane on Bell Road to turn onto 83rd Avenue going southbound. And we are proposing, as part of the Phase 2 improvements, to include monumentation, expanding the wayfinding signage and landscaping themes along Paradise Lane as well as Air Fountain Center Drive. Our DCR is being finalized. We are also in the process of designing the wayfinding package, the landscaping package, as well as the Z crossing. And this is our most current concept for the Z crossing that includes gabion baskets, the yellow sails that we saw at the last study session where we did the P83 improvements. And within the gabion baskets, there's an architectural flair to them. It's not just standard riprap that will be throughout those gabion baskets, but we're going to add this blue rock. It's an 8-inch kind of type of riprap that will help really bring out, and you can see that in that bottom picture. That's one of the concepts that we're considering.
Is that blue?
It's like it's a rock that's it's blue and it's natural, but it's proposed by our architect, our landscape architect, and I think it will really make the project feature stand out. We may even incorporate it into our entry monuments.
Now, we're going to kind of look again at the entry monuments, right, when we get to that.
Yeah, one of the reasons that we delayed our entry monumentation
for the overall
is because we're waiting to see the architecture and what's going to happen with Peoria Sports Park. So when that comes in, that's when we would start trying to hopefully incorporate some of the theming of the Peoria Sports Park architecture with our monumentation.
Good. I'm glad you're doing that.
Some of the newer projects that are coming up in fiscal year 15 that we'll start to get to is from a parks and trails and facilities standpoint, our North Peoria Community Park will start master plan on our 75th Ave and Deer Valley Trailhead, which is a new project to add an additional trailhead on Deer Valley just west of the New River Bridge over west of Deer Valley, or south of Deer Valley, west of the bridge. And some of our public works projects that we'll go into also. So our North Peoria Community Park, we have funding in this next fiscal year of $500,000 to do an initial site study of evaluation for where the park will be located. Last year, we talked about the park being located on a BLM site where we've got current rights to develop a park on it. That would be that site number 1 in the middle of your site plan on the PowerPoint. That's a 160-acre site that approximately 70 acres of that is high and dry. 90 acres of that is within the agua fria and would be difficult, if not impossible. We'd have to fill that area to help make that buildable land. It also has a couple of major washes and Lone Mountain Parkway that bisects that parcel of land, as well as cultural resources. Not that it's a difficult site, but there's a lot of sites up there that are difficult. What we wanted to do is look at and evaluate some other sites as part of this, the initial site study and developing a master plan for where our Northern Community Park will go. So we've got 2 other locations, potential locations. One is actually behind the New River Dam and the levee along Lake Pleasant Parkway, which would be site number 2. That's owned by the Flood Control District, and we have meetings coming up with the Flood Control District to look at the possibility of that. It's been done before. In the city of Phoenix, behind the Adobe Dam, they've got a baseball park there that's privately run, as well as Wet and Wild is behind that along Pinnacle Peak and around Pinnacle Peak and 35th Avenue. That is all behind the Adobe Dam, and most of that is within the 100-year floodplain. This site is actually not within the 100-year floodplain. The entire dam and the levee protects the area from the 500-year flood. So we're going to look at this and evaluate it for its potential viable use as a developed Northern Park Community Park.
What's the size of that one?
Excuse me?
What's the size of number 2?
Number two, depending, there's at least 100 acres of usable land, and potentially it could be even more, depending on how we develop this site. And then the third site is another BLM site that we haven't really talked to the Bureau of Land Management on, but it's the site that's closest to Loop 303, west of the Agua Fria River, but we think potentially could be a viable site also. It's high and dry land with good access, good visibility. The problem is to go through the process to use BLM land is lengthy, to say the least. But we will evaluate it. The initial plan is to hire a consultant that specializes in site analysis, and that would be the first thing that we would do is look at these 3 sites, and then come back to council in a future study session to look at the 3 sites, the pros and cons at each, and our staff recommendation for where we think the best site would be.
But you're looking to build in 18? Is that what I see on the
Yes,
capital improvement plan?
Yes, so we anticipate once we get through the site analysis portion of it, then we start doing the preliminary engineering and get to 30% design plans, which include what type of site amenities, what kind of preliminary site plan for the park, as well as master planning for the park for future amenities. Do we put a recreational center on the site, or do we at least plan to make sure that we've got enough land so we don't restrict ourselves for future rec center in this area? So we would do that over the next 2 years, and then in fiscal year 17 is when we've got design dollars allocated to do a final design for the project, and then in fiscal year 18 is when the construction money is available.
Good.
Our 75th Avenue and Deer Valley Road Trailhead project, as I mentioned, is a new project within our capital program. It will develop a trailhead along the New River Trail, south of Deer Valley and west of the New River, just west of 75th Avenue. It's an existing city-owned site. It was actually owned by McDOT when they built that bridge. They acquired additional land as a diversion when they were building for traffic to go, a shoe fly to go around the roadway improvements so that they didn't have to totally close off the roadway. So it's a remnant parcel that we will be able to build, we have the rights to build a trailhead on. It'll be a smaller trailhead. Currently, there's a lot of residents that use the existing business development to the south of their parking spots adjacent to the trail. They park there, and then they go down the landscape slope and tear up the DG and the landscaping from the business that we get a lot of complaints for. So we think this is an appropriate location for a trailhead, and it will be well used. It'll include parking, shaded rest areas, drinking fountains, the typical amenities that you find in a trailhead. The budget is for fiscal year 15 is for the design of the project, and then fiscal year 16 is when we have the construction dollars for this project. On the public works side, we have several programs, including our arterial urban street overlay program, which we have dollars allocated for in fiscal year 15. This program provides for, in general, surfacing approximately 2 miles of arterial streets every 2 years. We have it every other year when we're funded. So our next proposed project is on 75th Avenue from Peoria Avenue up to Thunderbird Road. We would start in Thunderbird, and we would carry our dollars and mill and overlay as far south as we can, hopefully getting all the way down to Peoria Avenue with the funding dollars that we have. And then it would be restriped with bike lanes added where appropriate.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, we're doing anything going north of Thunderbird there? Because that area's been kind of beaten up, too. In fact, I hear more complaints north than I do north up toward Greenway, not all the way to Greenway, but...
Vice Mayor Ames, the program for the arterial streets is based on our pavement management program, so it's based on priority. We don't have anything currently programmed for 75th Avenue north of Thunderbird. We'll continue to look at that. And the way this program is funded, it's funded every other year, and it gives us about 2 miles of paving. You will note also that we did have some work on 75th at 75th and Thunderbird, That intersection was, we
Right.
did some stuff local to there.
The intersection is
And we
great,
will
yeah.
also dovetail this in with the two other projects that Andy referenced that are at 75th and Cactus and 75th and Peoria to make sure we're not doing double work there. So we may be doing some minor work in those intersections, knowing that that ADOT project on those two intersections is coming by later on.
Okay. We can talk more later, right? Okay.
Our capital project for our street maintenance program provides for residential and collector street pavement maintenance to extend the life of our roadways throughout the city. It primarily involves crack sealing and patching existing pavement, and then an application of a slurry or a micro seal to help preserve the existing pavement and restriping. And we typically treat approximately 55 lane miles each year as part of this program. And this has got an ongoing, every year, approximate $2.25 million obligation towards this program. We have a project in our capital budget for Butler recharge wells. This project will drill and install new recharge wells at our Butler water reclamation facility, which is shown in the picture. You may recognize that Pioneer Park is not shown in this picture, so it's a little dated, but it gives you a picture of the reclamation facility. This provides additional groundwater recharge capacity for the future. When we grow and we continue to collect additional effluent, this will allow us to be able to recharge the groundwater with our own wells. Currently, we pipe all of our effluent to the New River Agua Fria recharge facility, also known as the NAUSP. We've got two projects on this slide. One is the Peacock Village Waterline Replacement Program, our project, and then we have an ongoing waterline assessment and replacement program. Very similar, one specific to the Peacock Village area, and the other one's citywide. These projects help replace aged, brittle PVC that was installed in the early 80s that typically had poor backfill material and is breaking, and we're having to address it on an ongoing basis with our operations facility, or our operations staff. So this program helps replace 2 to 3 miles of PVC pipe with ductile iron pipe each year. So we've got two projects. One is for $1.9 million for the Peacock Village Waterline Replacement Project. And then we've got an ongoing, for the next 5 years, $1 million obligation to evaluate and look at the other areas of the city that need replacement of their water lines. Our last project that's Public Works related is our Pyramid Peak Water Treatment Plant upgrades and expansion. This project covers the city's interest and costs associated with the Pyramid Peak Water Treatment Plant planned upgrades over the next 3 years. As you know, this plant supplies approximately 11 MGD to the city. But we also, those upgrades are at a funded cost of $893,000 in fiscal years 15 through 17. But then we also are planning for the growth in North Peoria. And with that, we know that we're going to have to expand either that facility or find another area where we can find additional water capacity. And so with that, we've got in our proposed budget for fiscal years 17 through 19, $105 million that we plan to at least initially look at expanding this facility to allow for an additional 10 MGD from this plant for city use and planned growth for the future. Lastly, we'd like to talk about our Community Works program, which enhances, our primary goal on this, and Jeff Tyne earlier wanted me to mention that this program has been hugely successful, wickedly hugely successful. But it's typical projects that don't have a significant budget associated with them, that smaller projects, either streets projects or community services, landscape projects or park improvement projects that enhance the community. Some of the typical projects that we have are listed here: signing and striping and traffic control projects from an engineering perspective, sidewalk improvement projects, local drainage improvements. Our neighborhood traffic management program is part of this program. And then from the community services standpoint, neighborhood park enhancements, right-of-way landscape enhancements, shade structures, and tree replacements are also part of this project or program. Some examples of completed projects over the past year are listed here. Our 73rd Avenue, we completed half-street improvements that we'll go through on one of the next slides. Our Peoria Avenue sidewalk improvements, City of Peoria entry monuments that we're continuing to install throughout the city, some staggered crosswalk enhancements that we'll go through, Right Tree, Right Place program, Varney Park tot lot shade, and recycling containers throughout our neighborhood parks. So one of our projects in this past year's Community Works program was to improve the street condition at 73rd Ave from Olive Avenue north to Ava Street. And we've had a continuing problem of people illegally dumping along the side of the street and the shoulder. And it's also the cross-section of the street was not suitable for two-way traffic. So the Community Works program came in, and we managed and installed additional street and roadway pavement improvements, as well as curb gutter sidewalk and a strain wire, three-wire fence to help prevent illegal dumping on the shoulder in this area.
What did this one cost?
I believe this is about $80,000.
80?
Yes. We continue to improve our sidewalks throughout the city where we have missing sidewalks. We installed sidewalks, driveways, and ADA access on the north side of Peoria from 99th Avenue to the New River Bridge. We installed some additional entry monuments, and we will continue to through the rest of this year. As you know, we've got an entry monument at Happy Valley Road and 67th Avenue. We've got one at the Beardsley Extension. And we recently completed one at 83rd and Butler, adjacent to the community park. Our future program locations include one at 91st and Butler that will be associated with the improvements at 91st Avenue. Lake Pleasant Parkway at Loop 303. As you come south, we intend to install an entry monument in the landscape median. At Deer Valley Road and 109th Avenue, as part of the Deer Valley roadway improvements. After that project is complete, we anticipate to install an entry monument. And then at Deer Valley Road and the New River Bridge, just west of 75th Avenue, we plan to install an entry monument here in the near future. Another project in our program last year, our staggered crosswalks. We've had an ongoing problem of vehicles, and I think it's vehicles where it's 11 or 12 o'clock in the night and people are having trouble driving home and they run into our refuge islands in our wrought iron fence. So what we decided to do is expand the raised curb and add a little bit more landscaping to the project to help improve that buffer. And since we've done this at all of our staggered crosswalk locations, we haven't had any incidents where they've ran over our fence, which hopefully will continue. It also provides a nice visual aesthetic for the area.
How many of those have you done now? I know Centennial and Peoria High.
I think we've got 3 in Liberty.
Yeah. 3 is what you've done now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. This one is where now?
This is at Centennial High School.
Oh, this is Centennial, yeah. Okay.
Our Right Tree, Right Place program is a community services program to plant new trees in areas where there aren't trees or areas where they've got overgrown trees and they're creating a nuisance where the root system is either upheaving the adjacent sidewalk or the adjacent perimeter walls. So community services comes in and plants new trees and lets them establish themselves and then goes out and removes the trees that are creating a problem. And here you see 2 examples of that at 71st and Sweetwater and 91st and Kings. At Varney Park, we installed tot lot shade, so you can see the before and after pictures of the shade structure. And then we're starting to install recycling containers at all of our various neighborhood parks. I'm told that this just happened within the last month. We've hit a number of neighborhood parks, and as part of next year's Community Works program, we'll plan to continue to hit the rest of our neighborhood parks with recycling containers. This is a list, and you have this list on as part of the CIP budget, proposed budget on CIP page 33. Some of the engineering projects that we have proposed for the next year, and then our community services projects that we've got proposed for the next year. just to highlight a couple of the projects in the community services program, we've included a project from 107th Avenue from Union Hills up to Wickiup Lane. The pavement is in complete disrepair and needs to be widened to include turn lanes along 107th Avenue. This project is probably a project that we need to improve the street in the future to our full street improvements, including curb, gutter, and sidewalks. However, we've got a drainage project that we're waiting on that is part of our master drainage plan that should be completed within the next 3 to 4 years. So this would be an interim condition that would allow us to get to that point. Includes widening the street at Sack Drive to accommodate a left turn pocket, repairing the existing pavement with the patching, and then providing a chip seal and restriping to accommodate two-way left turn lanes where we have turning movements.
When are you looking to do that?
It'll be part of our next year's fiscal program, so I don't have a defined date yet. I would guess we'll start it right when the new fiscal year hits. We'll have to look at what type of design we have to put in place, and then we'll get a job order contractor out there. So it should be a fairly quick process. We also, just an example of another project, is some retention basin improvements that is part of the community services program. Here are two areas where we tend to improve what looks like retention basins that don't have much landscaping in them. So the intent on these two retention basins is to remove the existing river rock and silt from the storm drainage inlets. They're not draining properly. We would reshape the inlets and install riprap to help move the water towards the drainage channels, and then add granite and riprap throughout the retention basin to help improve the aesthetics of the basin. And then lastly, as part of the Community Services Community Works program, they intend to look at tennis court repairs, where we've got disrepair on some of our court facilities throughout some of our neighborhood parks. And this shows Country Meadows Park and Kiwanis Park, which are some of the targeted improvements for tennis court repairs. And then also basketball court resurfacing repairs at Varney Park, Deer Village Park, and Paseo Verde Park. This is planned for next fiscal year. I'd have to. When is it planned for?
We've actually got top contracts, so we would expect to be able to get those done at the right time. Temperature always matters with the surfacing, so it may be fall.
We can follow back up with you on when they would be done. And that concludes our presentation.
Questions, Mr. Hayes?
Yeah, very good, very clear. And just so everyone can know, you didn't cover every project you were doing, just the larger ones, right?
Just the larger ones and the ones that are coming up in the next
Yeah, and
fiscal
there
year.
are dozens and dozens of other smaller ones that I've been
Yes.
looking at, so, good. Thank you.
Questions, comments? The next thing up is Public Works Utilities. Do you want to do that tonight, or do you want to stop? Stop. Okay. Then, sorry, Bill.
Almost, Bill.
You got that close.
That's okay. We'll start with Public Works and Utilities tomorrow.
Okay. We're adjourned.